Okay, good evening. I'm calling to order the December 19, 2023 meeting of the Southborough Select Board. Before we get into our scheduled appointments, the first item on the agenda is public comment. Public comment is intended as an opportunity for members of the public to offer a comment on an item which is not on the agenda. We keep public comment to 3 minutes, and it's not intended as a back and forth, but rather, or a deliberation, but rather opportunity to receive comment from the public. Is there anyone wishing to make a public comment?
Okay, so I have notes so I can stay within the time frame. The last time I was here was on November 7th with the problem that I had just discovered that my primary doctor doesn't take Aetna. So you guys said somebody would get right on it. And sure enough, next day, Aaron Dash from Retiree First called and said he was reaching out to the doctor. On the 9th, the doctor had had 2 calls from Rhonda and someone else, and from Aaron. Aaron didn't know who the Rhonda and someone else were. There were no notes. I told Aaron that the doctor had told me that she dropped Aetna because of issues where she could not get VNA care for one of her patients. So as of 11/13, Aaron hadn't heard anything else, but he told me that Silver Sneakers was not included in the plan that the town bought. I called Silver Sneakers. They don't do private plans. They only sell to health memberships. My Y membership would cost $62 a month, $744 a year. Retirees get $300 health reimbursement. We were promised, absolutely promised, Silver Sneakers. Did you guys realize that that was a change? No answer.
Didn't realize.
The answer is no. As I understood it, Silver Sneakers was totally included.
Yes, that's what we were promised. So now I have no primary and no Silver Sneakers, which I use, completely use. Okay, so there were more calls to the doctor from Aaron about making an exception for me and continuing or taking the Aetna. I don't have the detail on all the calls that went back and forth, but I continued researching Aetna and payments to providers, and I found out that Aetna reimburses far less than comparable health plans. It's actually better for a provider if they're out of network, as they'll at least get what Medicare would pay. And that's why a lot of doctors don't take it. Very, very poor. It's kind of like the Walmart model where Walmart says to their suppliers, this is what we'll pay you if you want to do business with Walmart. So basically we have the Walmart of insurance plans. On November 15th, I came home to a message on my answering machine from the doctor's office asking me to call regarding a visitor that they'd had that day. On the 16th, I called the doctor's office. They said that someone named Andrew had shown up unannounced at their office. He wanted them to put together information about what VNA care they had wanted to use before and other information. The doctor was feeling very pressured, to say the least. I mean, can you imagine if someone just showed up at your doctor's office to push, bully? I don't know where the line gets crossed. I basically flipped out at that point, called Aaron. He wasn't going to be available until 3 p.m. I left word that not one other person connected with this transition was to call my doctor one more time. Aaron and I talked later that day, and he understood the concerns that that visit caused. On 11/21, Randy from Ken Lombardi's office called and asked if I was interested if he could work out Fallon keeping me on an exception basis. He promised to call me back the next day. That was on the 21st. No call on the 22nd. On the 29th, I finally called Randy about not hearing anything after 8 days. He said he would send information on the Fallon plan, and the plan that is closest to my current is $200 a month. He did call back that afternoon, and I asked how much of the $200 the town would be paying, and he said, nothing, you're on your own. On 11/30, I opted out, although it seemed that someone had actually already done that. I notified Mark Purple and asked the treasurer's office to stop taking my health plan deductions from retirement. So at this point, my doctor has agreed to relook at Aetna for 2025.
I'm sorry, just to let you know, is it 5 minutes, so,
Yeah.
Okay.
2 more sentences.
thank you.
The town promised retiree insurance that would work for everyone. Clearly, this couldn't work for me, and I would like to know the process for me to be reimbursed. $200 out of my pocket when I was promised retiree insurance that would work. What am I supposed to do?
Well, this is, you've raised this concern at several meetings, so I think, we're all aware of it, and I don't think it's something we can talk about tonight, but we'll stay in contact with you to continue, addressing your concerns. That's the best that I can say.
So you will contact me.
Feel free to contact us, and I can't say what action we would take or not take, but just, sorry, I'm not giving you anything satisfactory, but.
Okay,
just
you
trying
do
to-
understand
Yeah.
that I'm expected to pay $200 out of pocket.
All right,
You get that, right?
okay.
Because the Walmart Aetna plan that you guys purchased doesn't provide for what my needs are.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you.
thank you. Yes, Bonnie?
Mine's a little quicker than that. I have had to have canceled one appointment for rehab at Whittier Rehab because we're in transition of changing policies, and they would have overlapped as far as numbers. And as a courtesy to Whittier, I postponed it till next week. I'm hoping they take it. And the other thing, I'm up at UMass tomorrow for 2 specialty appointments. As of this moment, I'm not sure if I'm covered. I am covered under Tufts until December 31st. After that, I'm not sure, even though I paid the premium.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other public comment? Okay, so the next item that's on the agenda is to interview and appoint Parul Sharma to the Pilot Committee, but I understand that she's not here right now. It looks like, she's qualified. I know Patty Fiore is the chair of the committee and believes that she would be a good addition to the committee. My own preference, I still like to actually meet people, see people.
Yep, me too.
Okay, so, okay, if we table this one? Okay.
Our next meeting, so I'm on the committee. When's our next meeting? January 11th? No, not the sports. So I think we've got time to get her appointed. Okay, so it would work, Patty, if we do it on the 2nd, as long as she can come.
Any way she can Zoom in today?
I texted both her and her husband.
So if we hear from her tonight, we still do it, right?
Sure.
Yep.
Because we've got a lot to do on the 10th. It'd be nice to have her. We have trouble with the quorum. Excuse me?
January 2nd.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay, but we also have a person from Capital that will be coming on board, right?
Yes, I think. Mr. Malinowski knows he needs to do that, so it's on his list.
No, they already agreed with somebody.
They have? Well, then you know more than I do.
Okay, so but we're going to table this to,
Why don't we table it at the end of your meeting?
fair enough. Okay. All right, so the next item on the agenda is update on Regional Emergency Communications Center. And it's got two components. Al?
Yep. Thank you.
So Al and Sam were the select board members at our goal-setting meeting who we set as our point people for kind of continuing the discussion about where things left off from the last town meeting and the last board. So I'll just frame it that way. I'll hand
Sure.
it over to you.
Yeah, so if we move to I'll try to move quickly. I will point out that we have also been working with Mark and the chiefs, and it's been a real pleasure working with them. And we are working in concert. There's no real difference between items 1 and 2 on this. It's really a question of posing a question for the board. So since we started out, we've had meetings with Framingham, who is trying to set up a regional communication system, with the Neshoba Regional Communication System, Foxborough, and Holbrook. We've also had communications with the Westboro rec and Sudbury, who is going with Holbrook. We've had a long conversation with their town manager to understand their thinking. We've talked to the state 911 folks about their relationships with recs. We've had some very, very tentative discussions with the Marlboro. They don't have a firm rec plan at the moment. And we did try to reach out to Hopkinton, but had no response. So we can go to the next slide. So the first thing to recognize is that public safety dispatch is a mission-critical thing. And the real challenge in operating a dispatch center has to do with peak loading. And peak loading is where you have multiple calls and your system gets overloaded. And as Mark, as we mentioned, the chiefs are going to be discussing a plan to add staff to begin to mitigate the peak loading problems. The peak loading problems are more common than we initially thought. The other thing to sort of note is that the rec landscape, which is the regional communications landscape, is evolving. There are new recs that are being created, and not all the recs that exist today will exist into the future. There will probably be a consolidation phase. The majority of communities, particularly towns like ours, are still not part of regional communication systems. So at some point, consolidation is inevitable. One of the most important things about a successful regional communications system is scale. And for a long time, I thought that scale was really about the number of people that were being served, and at least as important is the number of communities being served. And this was driven home to me when we went to visit the Neshoba rec. Neshoba is a system that consists currently of 7 towns. They only serve 35,000 people. But each of those 7 towns, and they're all smaller than we are, faces exactly the same challenge we face, which is they all have to run dispatch operations. Each of those individual dispatch operations costs them between $500,000 and $1 million. Whereas when they come together, they can spend considerably less and have a more robust system. So the number of communities being served, particularly when you're talking about towns our size, is at least as important as the total population being served. Once you get to be fairly big, then the population becomes a factor. But my best guess is that a rec needs 3 to 4, particularly if you're going to be talking about communities of our size, a rec needs at least 3 to 4 towns to really sort of be economically viable and survive. So one of the things I think we need to preserve in this process, particularly since we are at least thinking about it, is that we need to preserve flexibility. You know, a single long-term solution would be ideal, but we need to be cognizant of the fact that the world is going to change and the world is going to evolve. This is still a relatively new situation for us. So the economics of a rec are actually quite important. The public safety, the service level is the #1 consideration, but the cost is real. The current direct operating costs for our dispatch operations are on the order of $600,000. The chiefs later on today are going to talk about the sort of dispatch system which I certainly believe we're going to need if we're going to try and address our peak loading problems on our own, would bring that total up into the $1 million range. And that's something we're going to be talking about as we go through budget season. I won't steal the chief's thunder on this any further. The two of the wrecks that we've visited have provided cost information. So, for example, Neshoba, each community pays the same amount because each community is essentially facing exactly the same problem. And so each community pays about $212,000 a year for the regional dispatch operations. And if there were no state subsidies at all, and the regional communication systems do in fact receive some state subsidies, it would be about $300,000 a year. Holbrook gave us an estimate for joining their system that was about $320,000 a year. Holbrook, I think, technologically operates the most sophisticated of the systems. Neshoba operates something that's probably a little more comfortable for our community. So the long-term savings for us of joining a regional communication system, assuming that we get the service levels that are at least as good as what we have today, and we believe that is possible, are on the order of somewhere between $300,000 and $750,000 a year. So this is a non-trivial sum. If we go to the next slide, please. If you join a regional communication system, 100% of the operating costs are covered by the state for the first 3 years. Transition is a challenge. It's not a simple thing. There's a lot of technology that goes into a communication system, and it needs to be done right because people's lives are on the line. And so 100% of the operating costs are covered for the first 3 years, 50% in year 4, and 25% in year 5. And then, we are now on our own after that, which is back to that somewhere between $212,000 and $320,000 number. And again, those are ballparks. The state is likely to continue providing some level of support for regional communications, particularly for items like technology upgrades. In the medium term, which is years 1 to 5, the state subsidy can be worth somewhere between $2.5 and $3.7 million, depending on whether we stay with the existing level of service or whether we go to the enhanced level of service that I think is appropriate. So, I believe that at some point in the next few years, we are going to join a REC, but that is a matter for this board to continue to discover. We think that the service levels will be at least as comparable. The systems will be more robust. The economics are compelling. Our current dispatch equipment is reaching the end of its life, probably on the order of 3 years, and that is a substantial capital cost to replace. And hiring and staffing is a challenge, and there will be some state pressure. Each year that we delay, the cost will cost us roughly $1 million in the medium term and $500,000 to $700,000 in the long term. There's an asterisk there because that's sort of the pure savings. We are going to need to spend some money to deal with, if we go this route, we have to spend some money to deal with the dark station issues. The dark station issues, are real, and there will be spending that is required. We aren't well identified with that yet. Some of that support can be done with technology, but some of it is going to require labor as well. If we can go to the next slide. So, question: how quickly could we join a REC if we choose to do so? Moving quickly will take about a year. The fastest REC that we could probably join is Neshoba. They've quoted us 9 months. Chief Achilles thinks that may be a tad optimistic, and I'm tending to agree with him. But so, Framingham, the Framingham system, which is a mutual aid partner, is going to be up and, it's a second-tier mutual aid partner, thinks they're going to be up and running in the first quarter of calendar '25. And they've told us that they could essentially accommodate our needs with little or no additional staffing. They're serving a community of about 75,000. Holbrook told us that they could probably accommodate us in 9 to 12 months. They have a capacity challenge. These choices would all offer us comparable service to what we have on our own with the supplemental staffing coverage for the dark station. That then brings us back to Westboro. The current status of Westboro, as we understand it, is that they have received $4 million in funding, that they're going to serve about 40,000 people, which is both Grafton and Westboro. So essentially, their size is comparable to Neshoba. They have not yet begun any construction. They don't have an executive director, so there is substantial startup risk. The costs are unknown. If their budget was comparable to Neshoba's budget, which Neshoba's budget is between $1.5 million and $2 million, and they're serving essentially the same number of people, then the cost savings spread across two communities is modest, to be honest. They really need to add more communities to spread the cost. Our best guess is that it would be late calendar '25 or calendar '26 before they were up and running. There are some significant benefits to joining Westboro. Westboro is a first-tier mutual aid partner. When our fire operations, if we have a fire in town, Westboro is just about the first town we call, and we're going to call them almost every time. I've gotten a real education from Chief Achilles on run cards, and and there is some benefit in terms of faster response for tighter integration with our mutual aid partners to reduce response times. That is important on the fire side. It is less critical on the police side, and but those are. So the next step is, one of the things we want to explore is whether there is an interim step we could take with Westboro, where we operate on a more tight basis, but we are not formally part of the regional communication system at this point. Again, this is still a work in process, and so that's what we're doing. So I'm going to get to, if we can move to the next slide. So here are the choices for essentially this board, which is, do we continue with our own local dispatch and adding staff, and the chiefs are going to talk more about that in a minute. Do we separate the dispatch budget so that we make it clear to town meeting, what the costs of dispatch operations are? Town meeting was quite vocal, and I think, we need to indicate that we've heard them and we provide them with that information. Do we join a rec? And if so, when should we do it? Which rec option is best for us? Is it worth $1 million a year to wait for Westboro? That's sort of the really big question. And should we pursue an interim solution with Westboro? Those are the things we're currently wrestling with, and I think we'd like some feedback from the board just in terms of where we're going and whether we're on the right track.
Okay, well, just one question I have is the $1 million a year for waiting for a year. What is the?
So I'm going to steal the chief's thunder, but
Okay.
If we enhance our dispatch operations, the total operating costs for our dispatch operations will be about $1 million.
Okay, so that's the next, okay.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, that's 400 more than it is now. 600.
Yeah, that's correct.
And that's not including any capital costs?
That is not including, those are the operating costs. We haven't dug into the capital costs yet. So that's kind of the big question we have. If we join a regional dispatch system, we won't save all of that $1 million because we will have to invest in dark station personnel and tools. But the number is substantial. Again, the most important thing, the more,
Al, do your math, make sure we got the math right. So if it's $1 million for the enhanced dispatch, right?
yeah,
Which we agree we're going to need. If we're not going to do the regional, we need that. We're still going to pay $250 to $400 to be in a wreck at some point.
yes, that's right.
So are you assuming that we're just going to compare the $1 million to the first few years where we don't pay anything
That's correct.
because of state subsidy? But down the road, the difference is really $750,
Yes.
$650?
Yeah,
Okay, still-
that's correct.
All right.
Yeah, you've got the numbers right. And again, the first criterion is we need to make sure that we are getting comparable service and hopefully more robust service, particularly, for a day like yesterday.
Sam, Marguerite, do you have any questions? Or another thing we could do is we could just hear from the chiefs and then have everything together and then,
I think that makes sense. I'd like to hear the chief's views on the interim strategy here, and then I think we've got a more complete picture to discuss.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Okay. Okay, so we were tasked at the very beginning to investigate what it would look like to fortify our current dispatch at the fire and PD. And we were, we wanted to bring it to levels where we felt like it would be strong enough and fortified and comfortable enough to handle, exactly like you said, like a situation like yesterday. So ultimately, after reviewing everything schedule-wise, personnel-wise, we came up with that 4 additional dispatchers would meet that goal, and that would provide 24/7 staffing in the dispatch center, and that would be 2 dispatchers on each shift. The scenario also, so we drafted up a scenario basically with the salaries and wages totals and the expense totals, and that gave us our total communication budget. And then we added in the estimated costs for, the insurance and the benefits and everything that involves. The scenarios that we created were very specific. It assumes no state 911 grant money, which is grant money that we've received from the states since 2009. The last one totaled, if we took out the recorder that we got, that we asked for, was $68,000. It does not include the overtime cost if a police officer trained to cover the desk sits the desk, which would skew the overtime rate. It includes the currently dispatcher stipend, which is usually about a $650 increase each year. It includes an additional 16 hours of in-service training, and an additional 16 hours of training, like active shooter training, that kind of stuff. Again, this is kind of the specifics into the numbers of where we're at. It also includes the training to train 2 part-time dispatchers, which is 350 hours of training. And it uses the salary totals of a step 3 for the scenario in place. So that's what I wanted out there so that everyone's aware of. Those are the numbers that we're giving you now that they include. The cost overall for hiring 4 additional dispatchers is $408,786. And this includes everything, soup to nuts, insurance, benefits, expense costs, salaries and wages. The cost overall for hiring, what we pay now for 5 dispatchers is $619,414,000. So the total we would pay for 9 full-time dispatchers, but also including the 2 part-time dispatchers that are listed on here, are $1,028,000. So $1,028,200. If you do take out the 2 part-time dispatchers, it would be $983,000. So that's kind of that's what we got to for, looking into this and really going forward. This is what I included in my budget this year, is what we would need to do to fortify what we have in place, even to get us through where we need to be for safety purposes.
And if I may add that, I think it's important, when we embarked on this, that earlier in the year, we provided the select board with a position paper, basically where we were at, that we would like to explore this option, and I think throughout the really good work that Sam and Al did, and they recognized some benefits of regional, but I think more importantly, kind of get a sense of that process to get there. And I think you saw tonight that it's not going to be July 1st. And we know that staffing is a concern. Yesterday, in the last 30 days, we've had some significant incidents, including a fire. I know police and fire, yesterday fire went on 28 calls since 8 o'clock in the morning. So we do have an issue. And in some of our discussions, we said that there has to be no matter what we do, we think as chiefs, it's important to look at making the staff more robust as soon as possible. Because even if you transition to a regional dispatch, it could be another fiscal year from now. And again, I think there's some potential problems that could occur along the way and put us at risk. So as we put this together, we think that we'd still want that to be our first option sooner than later, and then work over the next, I think that one of the intermediate steps we had talked about was some shared collaboration and more formal collaboration with one of our closest partners, which is Westborough, and we're kind of working on that part of it, right? So we don't have an answer for that. Again, not a formal not a formal shared services like an IMA, but more, what is the things that we can leverage together that, but it would be important for us to be reciprocal. We can't really ask Westborough to back us up if we don't have enough staffing to back them up. So these things would kind of go together after if we got this budget. But as Al and Sam, I think, have identified that at some point, the regional approach may have merit, but it's when it's done. And again, I think the chief did a really good job with his staff of trying to figure out what's the true cost, and maybe that's something that wasn't really clear our last go-around, that, what is the true cost and true impact of adding staffing to us or going to a rec. So I'll leave it at that.
Sam, you want
Yeah, can I add a comment and ask a question? Again, thanks very much for this information. Very helpful to understand a better cut at the numbers. I'm certainly compelled by the value of having a tight connection with mutual aid partners. I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm also, again, remain interested in Westborough because, as Al alluded to, the rec landscape is still very fluid out there. And if you look at the map, there is a sizable hole around us still. So in a perfect world, if you, for example, if we were to go with Westborough, clearly Westborough and Southborough is not enough to get true critical mass. On the other hand, if you have a solid operation, it seems to me there's a reasonable chance that you can sell the concept to other nearby communities who may be, again, mutual aid partners, and build our own foothold, if you will, in the rec world around mutual aid collaboration, which I think, again, makes a lot of sense. So I guess personally, I'm interested in maybe spending a little extra money to get to that point, to leave that option open for us. So I think that, for me at least, is pretty interesting. I had a staffing question. My own experience is that you need to add 5 bodies to get one 24/7 body, a little less than that. So I'm assuming what you've done with 4 plus the 2 part-time dispatchers is what fills that gap to get to the 2 full-time
Yeah.
equivalents here.
Yeah.
Okay. And frankly, with some part-time, that gives you a little more flexibility, which is, again, a good solution, I think. And finally, I'm curious, talking about recent weather events here, has our experience been that if we had two dispatchers earlier this week and a week or so ago when the last big storm hit, would that have been sufficient, or was that load still something that required us to look for some help from mutual aid people?
It's kind of a tough question because there's just so many variables that could
Right.
factor in. But all I know is it definitely is worth having two in there. And in the end, we put out a page out, and one of our dispatchers came in from
Came
her
back
day
and
off
helped.
and
Okay.
came in to help out. So that was a huge.
Good. Okay. Thanks. That was my questions and comments. Thank you.
Marguerite?
Yes, thank you for the work you've done on it. It's an interesting situation. What are the peak load hours for Southborough, would you say? Or does it vary?
Because it's really kind of, sorry, go ahead if you want to.
I was gonna say that it makes sense that if we trend our call volume, I know for fire and pretty much for police, is that, from about 7 in the morning till 7 at night is our peak hours. However, that doesn't mean that's when the peak demand is gonna be. And I say that is, and I think I've said this before, if you took all our calls and said over a course of a year for fire, 1,400 calls a year, if you spread it out, that's not so bad. But they don't come evenly spread out. And we have, in my time here, we've had significant critical incidents after hours. What you would think, 9 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock at night. So you really need a staff at a minimum number, 24 hours a day. And then realize that, yes, there's gonna be some times where even like yesterday, I thought the dispatcher did a solid job in trying to process the 911 calls coming in, making notifications to the utility companies, fielding, I would call them concerned citizen comments, and then also dispatching us out. That would have been probably more efficient with two, more timely. But even yesterday at certain parts, especially probably from 9 to noon, 9 to 1, even that may not be enough. And that happens. But two is, I'd say you gotta remember in this project that two is the minimum that you should have round the clock.
Would you call it a high-stress job?
Yes.
Yes.
And to piggyback off of your previous question too, there is a lot of reactive work, but there's also proactive work. Car stops, the officers make car stops all day long. A car stop could turn into an arrest, which ties up 2 officers off the road. So we want our officers to be proactive, so that it also generates more, calls to the court and follow up for those types of proactive activities.
Okay, and my other question is, we're a fairly rural town. Per capita in our town, would you say we have less or more calls than, say, I don't know, Framingham per capita or Worcester per capita?
Yeah,
I'd have to get back to you on that. I mean, I think there's a challenge with that comparison, that there's still a basic essential service delivery model, no matter how many residents you have or what your call volume is. And per capita doesn't ever take into consideration the transient population, the working population, where, with some of our businesses, especially along Route 9, having 495, 90, I know most days if you looked at Route 9 from 7 in the morning till 8:30 in the morning, you know what that means? And that's,
Right.
so per capita, I think it could skew.
I was thinking residents. Actually, I was trying to get at, if you have a few sleepy towns, if you combine them with towns that aren't so sleepy, should everybody be kicking in the same amount?
Well, I think if this ever moves forward, and this was kind of vetted out, or started to be vetted out this past year, is whatever system you go into, you come up with a costing model. What is that? Is it per capita is one consideration plus run call volume, you know, so I think there's a lot of variables so that it's evenly and appropriately or equitably dispersed, I guess.
So it would be based on basically what the call volume was before the rec was entered? In other words, 3 years prior?
Well, each community, whether we're in a rec or not, we have a call volume. We have an
Oh,
instant
okay.
activity.
Yeah.
So I
Margaret-
think this would be something that you would have to determine as part of the structure once you get going.
The agreement.
What is the costing and model that you want?
Yeah, I've seen different cost models for different factors, so
Okay.
number of calls and other kinds of things, severity and so forth, you can weight differently, so I'm not sure there's
All
any
right.
perfect model, but those multiple views of it, I think, are helpful, and we can sort that out.
But Margaret, I think you make a point that on the surface, if one community has a population of 50,000 and does, between police and fire does 200,000 calls, they may have to be paying more than a community that has 10,000 residents and, 3,000 calls. But
Okay, and my last question, I don't mean to hog this, but is it difficult to find candidates to be dispatchers? And do they stay once they're hired?
I'm going to say currently the job situation is just tough. It's difficult to find anybody to do our job, whether it's police, fire, dispatch. I wouldn't say one over the other. I think it's just one of those situations where there's not a lot of people that will sign up to do these jobs.
I keep thinking it's like being an air traffic controller. I mean,
Yeah.
why would you do that? Anyway, okay, thank you very much.
Kathy?
So just to continue that thought, even though we may decide we need to hire 4 new ones, 7/1/24, it may be a while before we hire 4 new ones, 7/1/24, because we've got to get people to apply for the job. So it may be a little bit pie in the sky, at least with the job market that's throughout the country. Okay, so just to kind of walk back memory lane for a second, 3 of the 5 select board members went through this last year with mostly Chief Achilles, because Chief Newell was new at that point. So Chief Achilles kind of led the charge with Chelsea Malinowski. We had a big report we looked at, and we decided to join forces originally with 6 other communities, and that was reduced at the end to 2 others. So we went from 7 to 3, right? And that was Westboro and Grafton. The thing that still is, I keep asking this, and I haven't got an answer, so we've got to get an answer to this piece of it. The grant that was finally applied for by Westboro and Grafton last year was $12 million. They got 4. Now, that was for the facility that it was, on the brownfield land, but that was to build it out completely, equipment, et cetera. They only got 4. I've heard conflicting stories about whether they're going to change locations, so I'd like to truly find out whether they are. Mr. Purple has talked to the town administrator in Westboro, and she says news to her. So you would think she would know. So are they going to move it or not? I think it's important, because one of the biggest complaints from town meeting, as we all know, was where that location was. So I think it's really important to find out whether they really are going to change locations or not before we lop on to Westboro. But, okay, having said that, the select board last year, all 5 members, and I believe Chief Achilles agreed that we thought the regional approach was the better approach. Instead of trying to shore up our local one, that the regional approach would give you more people, more flexibility, so in case you needed 3 dispatchers at once, you would have it. Yeah, we say 2, but there may be times you really need 3, right? So we really thought the regional approach was a better approach. We also were convinced that with enough towns, we'd save significant money, and we're not, Al's showing that he agrees that's the case. So the reason select board didn't approve that IMA last year was 2 reasons. We had a vote, it was 4-1 to approve the IMA. We had town meeting, and then we had 2 members elected to select board that replaced 2, and then the vote changed. Or we would have had an IMA approved last year. So I'm just trying to understand where we are as far as making sure the 2 chiefs believe that the local approach is better, and, we're not going to have you much longer, Chief Achilles, so here's your chance. Do you got to tell us, do you think we should go with the local approach? Is that really the better answer, or do you believe that long-term, the regional approach that everyone else seems to be going to is where we should be heading with the local approach being the interim solution.
I think we, after that whole process that was about 2 years? And, you know, how it culminated, I think that when Chief Newell and I were able to meet and discuss the whole process and where we were at. And I think even through this process, and I thought it was very, very productive and, you know, very candid, very open, and I thought both Sam and Al were open to our positions and our thoughts. But again, I don't think there's a quick solution now based on where we're at. And I am, was Neshoba, for example, said, you know, we can take you in 9 months. And I'm like, okay, that's great, but they can't even reach us yet as far as communications. So that's a big project. And that's a lot of capital that you'd have to get grants for. So I'm committed, you know, in my short period to say that I think it's imperative that we bolster our current dispatch because it is evolving and the landscape's changing. So if the departments in the town do nothing, you're gonna have another year or two where you have liabilities. And I don't think that's acceptable because it's gonna just take one liability that's gonna be a problem. And I think now that we have real numbers and knowing that it may take a year or more to get into a wreck, this stabilizes the system to do this. And, you know, my preference, and I think I said this to Al and Sam and even Chief Newell, is my preference is that it's close. We share a lot of resources and responses with our local mutual aid partners, as Al said, kind of our primary. By having some line of sight, we can also leverage technology in sites like EMC or Overlook, or if something's in Marlborough or something's Westboro. So I would still be hesitant to go to any regional dispatch that even Neshoba looks very enticing. I think it has some distance, and we never use any of the towns they currently dispatch for, we don't use. So I don't think that gives us a time advantage. And I know police and fire have created really strong relationships with our Hopkinton, Ashland, Westboro, Marlboro, Northboro, and so forth. So I think this is the best option and the most appropriate option right now. And I would hope that, you know, the select board supports that. It would be nice if at town meeting, and you're correct, that we may not be able to fill it as of July 1st, but if you fund it, at least you can fill it. If you fund and go, oh, we're only gonna fund half of that, or you're not gonna get all those positions until after December, you're like, well, what happens if you could? And by considering a local option with like Westboro, we built it in such that those dispatchers could be part of the next system. If you go to Neshoba, we're a customer, they're not gonna take our dispatchers. And, you know, that doesn't make sense. You know, we go to Holbrook, then they're not gonna take our dispatchers. So that's my position in my short tenure. And I'll let Chief Newell speak to that.
Okay, and I echo everything that the Chief just said. Ultimately, I think that, you know, we do have some great dispatchers. Some of them I've been working with for over 20 years. If the town does decide to go to regional, I do think that it should be someplace close. But ultimately, you know, you all tasked us with what it would look like to reinforce what we have. And I feel like we've done that and are very confident in these numbers that we're presenting to you. We may attempt to fill these positions and not have any luck. And that part is fluid, meaning we can't fill them, you know, and then if regional dispatchers are getting more applicants and they're being able to fill them, you know, that's maybe something that we have to figure out later on. Or, you know, I think in general, it's tough to fill these positions, but I think that we should at least have it funded in order to try to make this work for right now. Because like we said, yesterday was a prime example of like a situation that could occur, and having 2 dispatchers in there was very helpful for everybody involved.
I thought the town responded magnificently yesterday, just FYI. Okay.
Kathy, could I follow up on that for a second? Just to make sure I understand, Chief Achilles, hypothetically, let's say, if we were to be able to work out an arrangement with Westborough and then ultimately other mutual aid partners, are you comfortable with that structure as a longer-term objective? Or do you believe that we should keep the current proposal to add staff and continue with only Southborough as a dispatch center?
Well, I think that it's twofold. The better system over time is going to be leveraging the funding and the resources from a regional aspect.
Mhm.
It's pretty evident that's where it's headed.
Ultimately, okay.
But I think Al hit it on the head. It's very fluid.
Yep.
If it doesn't start working out or funding changes,
Right.
I don't think it's a good approach to not to do anything here on the idea that,
Yep.
3 years from now, we're gonna be doing something, or 2 years.
Yep.
Or it could be accelerated, as Chief Newell said, let's say it's challenging just to get dispatchers and we
Right.
can't.
Yep.
Well, that might accelerate the need to work faster.
Yep.
Or like we had said, is maybe start sharing some stuff with our local partners to get us through. But
Right, yeah. Again,
I think overall, Sam, is, yes, at some point, I believe
okay,
that regional is probably what's going to be needed in this area.
okay.
But
Good.
I don't think it's good to wait.
Well, and again, I'm not suggesting, I actually support the interim strategy that you're proposing here. I think we have to do this. I just want to be sure that, we don't go down the road and it turns out you say, oops, I didn't think we should take those next steps with the mutual aid partners, because it seems to me, again, that that's certainly the way the world is working, certainly the way the economics suggest, and we're limited in terms of our ability to do that with Westborough and others locally right now. On the other hand, it seems to me it's helpful to have everybody sort of on a similar page as far as where we ultimately want to go, and we may have different paths to get there, but I just want to be sure I understood your view there. Thanks. Excuse me. Thank you.
Okay, so, I mean, my thoughts are, the number that you put out there of the cost to add all the staffing, that's a very big number. And we had kind of have had a warning going back the year before, if you don't join a regional center, there's going to be this request. So now there's this request. And it sounds like to me, if we add all these positions, there's a good chance, so you would have to raise the taxes to budget for these positions. It would be difficult to fill them. It would also be probably difficult to recruit people if people know that Southborough is hiring all these additional people, but it also wants to pursue a regional center. And, the operational part of, if you go for a regional approach, do you go with towns that are contiguous or towns that are not contiguous? I have always I have appreciated, Chief Achilles, your explanation of the benefits of partnering with towns that are nearby. And I remember one of the visits we took to a regional center back in Foxborough a while ago. I remember, someone saying, well, part of the kind of the training that we do is so that dispatchers can become familiar with the geography of different towns, that the dispatchers could go on, ride-alongs with police officers in the different towns to develop. So I just feel like we either have to kind of do it or not do it. And, I've always found, for me, partnering with Westborough has been the kind of the most attractive option. I know that Metro West Rec didn't get as much money as they were hoping for, and they're maybe a little bit behind schedule. And they initially were going to hire an executive director as the first step. and they haven't done that, but that's the one that I'm still interested in, and remember that last spring, the vote was, I think, of the different select boards, Grafton, 5-0 to join, Westboro, 5-0 to join, Southborough, 4-1, the first vote, and then Hopkinton was 2-3, I think, so it was a close vote. So I think there are other towns that are just in flux, but there are going to be other communities I think would be interested in joining Metro West rec. I don't know, I'm inclined to look for some kind of middle path where we start to add some of the additional staffing, but, and I know, Chief, you're saying, don't do that, you gotta go all in or not at all, because, I mean, one of the things I've thought of is how, is it 3 shifts on a 24-hour period? So if you can at least identify one that's the most peak demand and then double up on that, but I know you're saying it doesn't work out that way. Sometimes you get a really bad call at 9 o'clock right after a 7.
I would caution that, I mean, and some of you live in that area, but when we had, I don't know if it was November or December last year with the significant cold and
Yep.
when.
February.
February, that came in around 6:30, 7 o'clock at night.
Yep.
And
Friday night.
And so, my position will always be, that'd be like saying, have only a couple firefighters on at night because it's not so busy. I think, again, it's a minimum of 2, but whether they can be filled or not, I think you'd know that.
And one other thing where, Al, I know you will probably disagree with me on this, where you said, town meeting spoke on this, but when there was a non-binding citizens petition that came up probably at like 11 o'clock at night or 10:45 at night. I looked around the room, it looked like there was maybe even a borderline about whether there was a quorum there. And it was one of those 11 PM Saturday night town meeting debates. It wasn't, so I know that we're all inconsistent on this sometimes where we, if there's you can take the view, town meeting vote is the town meeting vote, but that was a little bit unusual, so I'm not sure it really reflects if only, 100 people were there, or,
So,
and the people that stuck around to the end were people that had very, very strong feelings about it, where if you just explain it in the way that you did, there is a cost to waiting each year, then I think that maybe there would have been a different outcome. Yes?
We've got a short-term and long-term decision to make here, and the short
Yes.
term's coming fast. Our budget meeting's January 6th.
Yes.
This is December 19th. So I think what we've got to do, Andrew, is wait till then. You'll come with, 2 budgets. This is in the police department budget. It's not in fire department budget. So Chief can say, do it, Ryan, it's yours. And, advisory will be there that day, and I think we've got to have a full-throated discussion of what you're saying, which is it all 4? Or is it 3 or 2.5? And really look at maybe deciding whether it's all or piece. But I believe, and I'm not speaking for advisory, they've got to weigh in here, but I believe on this board you probably have support for definitely doing something for fiscal year beginning 7/1/24. I think we're convinced we've got to do something, that the one person is not sustainable, that we're scared enough now with all the different scenarios that we got to do something. So I think the next step is to wait till the 6th and really hash out
Yeah.
the numbers.
Well, one thing that it was kind of teased out, Al, in your presentation about creating a separate budget just for dispatch, where, what do you think of that? It's part of the fire budget.
It's part of the police budget. Please.
I'm sorry, police, not.
But I think it's still, wherever it comes from, it still impacts the community.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think that's form over substance. I don't know what good
I,
that would do.
Marguerite,
You go ahead, you
oh, so, first off, as you know, I'm a big fan of town meeting, and I have tremendous respect for the institution. Town meeting has some awesome responsibilities and some awesome powers, the greatest of which is to tax. but we have some responsibilities as well. I think we have to listen to town meeting, and I think we have to explain to town meeting. And I think what we ought to do is to explain what we've done here, both in terms of the enhanced staffing and the long-term, I think, decision that we are going to be joining a regional communication system. And I think we need to do that to town meeting, because that is our responsibility. You know, we each like to meddle in each other's playing field sometimes, but you know, I'm prepared to stand up and say that to town meeting, that
And one point that also, you know, drove the town meeting debate was, you know, there were signs all over town. Keep Southborough public safety in Southborough. And I think the intended message of that is that's safer than regionalizing. That last year, in the last cycle, we had one meeting that was devoted just to this topic, and someone from the state is it a commission or a board, 911 state?
I'd just say state 911.
Okay, state 911 came, someone who had himself been a municipal dispatcher, if I'm remembering correctly, and then now works for state 911, and explained all of the different, you know, why that's not correct. And also with the classic example of someone says, calling, I'm at, and they describe, you know, a local way of describing a place, and they say, actually, more often than not with 911, you know, with cell phone location, it's actually, the cell phone data is actually more accurate than where the people's own description of where they are.
we had dispatchers tell us that at the show business. We know where you are better than you know where you
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
And it's, but the same thing is true for our dispatchers. You know,
But to be clear, the issue for the citizens petition was not what we're talking about tonight as far as
Okay.
enhancing local. It was simply to not do the dispatch regionally. Town meeting will have a direct vote on what we're talking about. It's going to be in the budget. So they will be able to weigh in very directly on whether to approve the increase in the budget, wherever budget we put it in, as far as this goes.
Yeah, and I'm in favor of separating it out. The town meeting told us what they wanted, and now I think it's impendent. We need to make it clear what the consequences of that cost are. You know, these are costs we've always had in our police budget, but we're going to separate them out so people understand that bringing our dispatch system up to be fully staffed, to be appropriately staffed, I think that's the right word, is going to cost this much. And then, you know, we can give a report as a select board to town meeting about things that we are, in fact, I think we should, issues facing the community, and this is one of them. It's a big one. This is not an easy decision, nor is it a inconsequential decision.
I'd say, Al, definitely, town meeting didn't tell us what they wanted. They told us what they didn't want, which is
Yeah.
regionalization. This is a 1% increase in real estate taxes, more or less. So, you know, I don't know what advisory
It's
recommend.
baked into the budget.
Okay.
forever.
Yeah.
Can I just briefly, before we move on, there were a couple of things that made me uneasy about regionalization. One was I looked at the websites of the various regional dispatchers in the state, and one of them had that they were looking to hire dispatchers. And I happen to know, and this is anecdotal, but one of the regional dispatches gives the dispatchers compulsory overtime, and I am uncomfortable with that. And if that's a standard procedure, it just seems like, it's anecdotal, I know, but I'm just saying personally, why I am uneasy about going to regional.
Please correct me if I'm wrong. My recollection is, I'm remembering, I don't know if it was last year or the year before that. There was a request it was 2 years ago, because I remember Marty was on the board, that's when our previous police chief came in, kind of in the middle of the year and said, I urgently need a fifth dispatcher. Remember that? And remember part of it was where there's a gap that you can, as the police chief, kind of force people to do dispatch, and then if there's an overtime cost to that too, right? So do we kind of have something like that right now, kind of?
We do. I brought that up in the beginning we do have some officers that we've recruited from our dispatch ranks that are currently trained in dispatch. So if we run out of dispatchers, or if there's a second one needed, then we can bring them in and have them do it. Now, they're in a separate union, so I can't really force them, and we've been very lucky with we have great officers as well who've been willing to help out. But ultimately, yes, to make operations run, I can force somebody to come in, where we've actually had to go to people's houses.
Okay, well, then that's better. But I think this was a dispatcher who was doing another shift as a dispatcher. It just seemed like it would be stressful, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we've had that
What?
where it's been
I know that.
forced for the next shift. It's,
Okay,
if it's, it's kind of known with this job, it's 24/7. If nobody's available to take the next shift, then, now if it goes into, there's a 16-hour, that's it, then that's when there's a real problem. Like, you can't go past that overtime shift.
All right.
You can only work 16.
But just to be clear, you've got the budget ready to present on the 6th. That would include the 4 extra ones? Okay.
Yep.
Okay,
I think what we're looking for from the board is, and I think what I'm getting is that Sam and I and the chiefs and Mark should continue to explore how we join a rec. And I think the message you're giving us is we have a short-term problem, but we think that the regional system is our long-term destiny.
yes. But the one caveat I have from the last time is that there's a gap between saying in a meeting, one of these meetings like in December or November like this, let's do it, because then the next step is you can sign an IMA. You don't need town meeting approval to sign an IMA. But then, are we committed to doing it the whole way, or is something like what happened last time going to happen again? That's a real concern.
Yeah. Yeah, there's an IMA that's going to be required, and, I think the next step is for us to flesh out a plan for what we really want to do, come back and brief the board, and there is an IMA. The IMA is the responsibility of this board, not town meeting. I think it would be appropriate prior to signing an IMA that we brief town meeting through a report. But I think, at the end of the day, we have a set of responsibilities and town meeting has a set of responsibilities. And, we need to listen to town meeting, but at the end of the day, this is our decision about what is best for the community.
Andrew, I think the message that I get, at this point at least, is that, we need an interim approach here in terms of filling the gap currently, and B, the direction seems to be Westboro. I mean, we've looked at the landscape more broadly, and for a variety of reasons, at least where I come down on this, and I think the chiefs are in the same direction. Westboro is the direction. The question is, how do we get there? What's the timing? Not at all clear at this point. It depends on lots of other people making decisions on things. But if we at least set that longer-term direction, then I think that gives us an approach over the next year, 2 years, or whatever it takes here. And if for some crazy reason Westboro, disappears, blows up, or whatever, then we go back and look again. But at least for a variety of reasons, that sure seems to be the ideal long-term solution. Maybe more costly if it takes longer, but again, I think that long-term, that makes the most sense to me.
I won't support a rec that the two chiefs don't fully support. Chief Achilles, I got to say it one more time. I loved Foxborough, but Chief Achilles said, Kathy, I didn't take you down there to fall in love with Foxborough. I took you down to show a rec. I want to stay local. So I would not support a rec that the two chiefs didn't fully
I agree.
support. Okay, so if they're saying, okay, we do believe recs is the way of the world, that we're going to end up being the only person not in a rec if, we don't join a rec at some point, but we do want to stay local, we want to stay close, to be close to our mutual aid partners, then that's what I would vote for. So it would be, as long as whatever the proposals that you guys make reflects their support, then that's where I would go. I would not say Foxborough or Holbrook or Neshoba if they say, no, we want to stay close.
And I think that's what I'm hearing, at least at this point, too, so.
I also want to thank, Al and Sam. I mean, you guys have put in a lot of time and
Al
got
did-
a little road
Al did-
tour, visit all these different people.
Al did most of the work, actually.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, it's clear, that, you're really thinking about it and being thorough, and I think we're well served by that.
I think you got a comment here?
Yes, Bonnie?
I'll make this short. I'm sorry I kept you at town meeting last year. It had to do with the site and the ability for the town to control the finances for the town, nothing else. Thank you for having both chiefs here this evening. Since last year's town meeting, we've spent additional 12 months reviewing this for next year, for the April town meeting. We spent 18 months before that town meeting. So a total of 30 months we've been discussing this. And that's not meant to be a criticism because I know how slow towns work. However, the current board and the previous board said that there was a potential liability for not addressing this. So the need is for this year's town meeting coming up. I think dispatch is the heart of public safety, not only for the police and fire EMS, it's also for the school buildings, both public and private, town government building, churches, businesses, DCR properties, including the dam. This organization, the dispatchers, understand each and every building, understand the residents of this town. They're aware of numerous calls. They're well aware of well-being checks. It is a highly stressful job, and I think we underestimate the stress of those jobs and those positions. We built a brand-new station, the taxpayers in this town. It was dedicated in 2019. We built a space for a dispatch center. Here we are today thinking of moving a state-of-the-art dispatch center somewhere else. I encourage you to bring to town meeting the financial sheet for adding additional employees to that organization. Ask yourself, do you know the location of the Rinky Building, the Choate House, River Street, Harvard Book Depository, Stearns Road, which is off Jericho Hill Road, which is part of Southborough, White's Corner, the Chinese Gospel Church, St. Mark's West Campus? Most of the residents in this town do not know where these locations are. I assure you, your dispatchers do. As far as regional dispatch, you need to look at the grant application and who has preliminary approval. Every regional dispatch center has a preliminary approval till 2024 for grant applications. It's online. I downloaded it today. Excuse me. The rec that Southborough has shown some interest in being part of the Southborough Police and Fire Department and personnel of the town has shown interest in becoming partners since 2021. But understanding that, career changes happen. The town of Hopkinton Fire Chief retired June 11th, 2023. The town of Westboro Police Chief retired July 2023. The Southborough Police Chief, May of 2022. Northborough's Police Chief, December 31st, 2023. Hopkinton Town Manager retires the end of 2024. The Southborough Fire Chief retires January 2024. With regret to hear that. So who are you going to be negotiating with? No one knows. Everyone's in a transitional phase right now. So I suggest you pause and address what's in front of you now. With new management comes confusion with each town as far as oversight. Are your fire chiefs, are all fire chiefs, under Chapter 40B? Are they strong chiefs versus weak chiefs, which is just an employee? Your public safety facility, fire police, and the dispatchers is with the Southborough should be with the Southborough taxpayers in their decision as to the day-to-day operation. And I advised all of you, I'm sure advisory's aware of it, capital's aware of it, that yes, I will have a warrant article for town meeting to support public safety. I hope you do it so I can withdraw mine on the town floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment on this item before we're obviously not going to make any decisions tonight, but hopefully this discussion will get us closer to, we have a decision to make before basically February when we print the warrant, so. Okay,
I keep trying to remind the chief that he's going to miss mud season.
all right.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to stay?
Yes, so what I'd like,
Here.
okay, what I'd like to suggest is that we move some things around on the agenda first, which is, I like to move up the discussion of the recruitment process for the fire chief position. But first, I'll have a next quick chair's report, just, as people see on the agenda, is, under the consent agenda is to accept your resignation effective February 7. And I just wanted to say, I think I speak for everyone on the board, you're someone that's really going to be missed. In my, I guess I joined the advisory committee, I guess right around the same time that, you had just come on. And I always felt like you have been kind of a good partner, and for any board member to, help us lead, and I think you've been an excellent leader. I think you've got a good kind of calm demeanor about you that's always been very kind of comforting, and so just can't say enough good things about you. But the next position you're taking is really kind of a capstone kind of dream job, which I think is really cool. And so my feelings can't be that hurt since where you're going there. But I just want to wish you the best in your new endeavor, and we're still going to have you around at least through February to help us through some of these difficult things. So anyone else want to say?
Yeah,
Yeah.
let me add too, I was on the selection committee when Chief Achilles was hired, and it was fascinating to me because there were a number of I thought, good candidates on paper, but during the interview process, the answer was immediately clear. Chief Achilles stood out from the others in terms of his ability to deal with issues, think on his feet, be, as you suggest, Andrew, calm in the face of pressure. And frankly, the selection process is one where this committee, as consultants who work, the consultants are typically retired fire chiefs. And one of the exercises is a problem employee, where a senior fire chief comes in as the employee has a gripe about many different things and is offensive, rude, and a number of other unpleasant things there. And huge difference in terms of Chief Achilles' ability to deflect that, deal with it, remain calm, and actually get to an answer that made a lot of sense, whereas others tended to get upset and basically says, you're on report, and we're going to give you, a week off without pay to calm down, and et cetera, et cetera. So for me, that was a fascinating exercise, and we made a great choice. And again, very, very disappointed you're leaving, but I certainly can't argue with your decision. It's a great opportunity. So thank you so much for your service here.
Kathy? I'm going to say one other thing too, but you can go.
You want to go first?
Sure. Hope everyone also, not only has Chief Achilles been invested in his position as the fire chief, he also a resident and volunteered and we're going to lose him as a member of the Southborough Cultural Arts Council.
Yes.
And when my first year on the board, which was kind of like half in COVID, half not in COVID, and so we had a lot of Zoom meetings, and I always found that, Chief Achilles was often zooming in for me. You could see in the background his watercolor paintings of the Southborough Public Safety Building. So it's like a Renaissance man. You're an artist and also a fire chief.
Thank you.
So I agree with Sam. We can't quibble over, and Andrew, what you're going to do. I mean, I wish you truly the best. You absolutely deserve it. But I'm still crushed. We'd hired Bill Cundiff and Ryan Newell. We had 3 great chiefs. So if anyone deals on Select Board, you'll know that when you hear from Mr. Purple, a lot of times it's usually not good news, unfortunately. So the day that he called me to tell me that you had submitted your resignation, I had the best meeting I think I've ever had in this town with our IT director. And he agreed to it. It was a very frank meeting, it lasted 2 hours, and I left there so pumped up. I tried to find Mr. Purple. Guess where he was? Getting your resignation down at the Public Safety Building. So I go back to my office, and he calls about an hour later, and I said, how bad is it? Because I just know it's not something good when he calls. He said it's really bad, and of course it was. So he truly burst my bubble as far as what I wanted to tell him. But anyway, truly, Chief, with you and your wife, well, I lived in Florida many years ago. I'm sure you're going to shine, and they're going to be very glad to have you at Universal.
I hope you have a wonderful time.
Yeah, I want to echo that. I actually, we had a meeting the other day where we were sitting down and trying to work out a plan going forward. It was the last meeting before this one. And I left that meeting thinking this is one of the best meetings I've had with town administrators and elected officials that I've had in the many years I've been meddling in town affairs. And so you are going to be missed. But, I reminded him of mud season. I reminded him that, someday we're going to have a winning football team again. And it didn't seem to take. So I wish you the best of luck, and thank you.
So, Chief, I just, and you and I have had this conversation privately, but I have no problem saying some of these things publicly. I think it's hard for me to believe you haven't even been here 5 years when it just seems it's been so much longer, in a good way. You have been, more than just a fire chief. I think you've been a mentor, not only to your department. I think, you've also been a mentor to our new police chief. I know he's appreciated that relationship, sharing the building. I know that, you've established great relationships within the community. I think you've established great relationships with this board. I have very much appreciated, I would go so far as to say the friendship and the working relationship that you've established. So you will be missed, but I'm sure you will see me in Florida at some point. So, thank you.
Okay.
And thank you. I didn't know I was getting roasted tonight, so thank you. As it was, I put in my resignation that it's hard. It's bittersweet. It was not a planned exit. It was an opportunity that was very unique. I appreciate that I got that offer, but it wasn't easily made. So for this board, the board that hired me, the residents, my members of my department, it's been an honor. So I'll leave it at that. And you have me through the holidays. It seems like we're busy anyway, so I'll be around through beginning of February. So thank you. Thank you.
All right, so that can be a good segue to other matters, the discussion of recruitment process for fire chief position. So my thinking on this. So Sam was on the committee for the last fire chief search. I think the kind of considerations are, it's a very competitive environment right now. So I think we should do something that's efficient. And I think that Bernie Lynch of Community Paradigm
Yep.
did an excellent job working with us on the DPW superintendent search. We have a good, working relationship with him. I think he knows this community and the kind of the marketplace. But I'm also considering that, because of the strong chief position and the fact that, fire chief can make appointments that other department heads can't. It's a significant decision. And there's also, so I've been weighing, committee and also consultant, over the years I've become less enthusiastic about committees, but I think that here, there's a role for kind of a small, focused committee that could work with someone like Bernie to generate interest in the position and start to vet candidates who would come to the board for interviews. Sam, what do you think?
Comment? Yeah. I'm a pretty big fan of using a recruiter like Bernie. I think Bernie's done a good job, and for me at least, the issue of posting a job, you're going to get people from all over, and often you get a sizable mix of people who got fired from someplace or who had some baggage that makes them available, basically. And I think there is no substitute for having fairly detailed knowledge about individuals and their histories and so forth. And a recruiter, again, there are others than Bernie out there, but my experience with a recruiter who knows the territory and understands this person has this kind of history, and here's the kind of person you're looking for, so let me go out and find someone who actually is happy with their current position, but may be thinking about a next step and may be convincible to make a move, I think makes an awful lot of sense from an efficiency standpoint. I was struck last time we did the fire chief search, out of the group that the committee looked at, there were one, maybe two, who really weren't, shouldn't have been in the running, as a matter of fact. And we wasted time on some of those things that could have been much more efficient with someone who actually, again, was more familiar with the individuals there. So, Andrew, I don't resist having, a small group to sort of work on the final parts of the process in terms of maybe a recruiter narrows it down to a couple or something like that, and then the committee gets in and talks with people. But I think it's far more efficient and faster to have someone who, again, knows people in the state and can put the network out there to say, do you have any suggestions? And another possibility is, I think, a gentleman who was very helpful last time around was the Marlborough Fire Chief, Kevin Breen. And I think maybe he was the one who alerted you to the position, as I recall. And so someone, again, who knows the world out there, and Kevin came from New Hampshire, where Steve is from, and so understood, again, someone who had the right kind of skills and the right kind of demeanor for what we were looking for, to me was almost a recruiter's value there in a sense. So I lean strongly toward having a recruiter. I don't object to, a small committee to then work on the final parts of the process.
I agree with Sam. I think it'll be more time efficient.
Al, Kathy, I don't know. who
Yeah,
wants
no,
to speak first.
Go ahead, Al.
I agree with Sam as well. I think being proactive would be in our best interest.
I'd like to hear Chief's opinion too, but I'm also on the same camp as Sam. I mean, we're all so right now happy with Bill Cundiff and the job Bernie did. That's all he does all day long. He should know who's out there and be able to get us, the best of what's available. Hopefully, he can maybe even reach out to New Hampshire retired fire chiefs and see if they want to do what you did.
Ask Chief Achilles if he has a role.
I haven't talked to him already, but I would like to say focused, let him get going. It's my understanding that he's available to do this. We've already talked to him and know that he would take on the assignment if we ask him to do it. So I am in the camp of let's get going with the recruiter.
And if I may, and I thank you. Normally outgoing chiefs either have some participation, no participation. I will just start with anything you need from me, whether it's before February, after February, I will always assist. So whatever level you want me to help out. I think there's a couple things. One is that you're right, it's imperative for the fire department and the town to move along quicker. The last process, I came in on the second round or second iteration of this process, and I was fortunate, but I don't think that was beneficial to the department, the men and women there, and that's not a good thing, and that's ultimately not a good thing for the residents and the community. So I think a couple things is, one is working with Mark, and if you do, is it Paradigm? I think it's important that you identify, and sooner than later, advertise for an interim fire chief. We have some really good people in our department, they may be candidates, but I don't think it's at this time to get them up and running. Plus, unfortunately, we don't have a non-union member of the department, like a deputy in place. So to put somebody that's an officer in our department that's could be conflicted and put in a weird position, I wouldn't recommend that. So I think the sooner you can advertise an interim chief to get you through that, hopefully 3 months, but you know, sometimes that can get extended. So I think you need to make that decision sooner than later, especially with the holidays. And I agree too, is I think there are some really good recruiters and firms that can leverage, especially if it's out of Massachusetts, leverage the local talent to get you to a point where you can now have a smaller committee identify the nuances that you want. But you don't want a committee interviewing or trying to select 15 or 20 people to get it down to 3 or 4. And I think there are some people in the area that can help you that are fire chiefs, whether Chief Breen is interested or not. If he watches this, he'll be, you know, maybe surprised that you're asking. But if that's what you want me to ask, or Mark, you know, we can do that. But move faster and deliberately, so you can get a really high quality candidate, whether they're from Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Maine. I think there's some advantage to get it out of New England, because there's a certain culture in the Northeast that sometimes it's a little harder if you're from Florida to come up here, for example. But you may have a really good candidate that comes from somewhere else, and you want to get to that point. So, but as long as you want my participation or assistance, counsel, I will help you out. But that's what I would recommend, and I would hope that when you leave, you know, tomorrow, Mark would have some direction to move this along quicker. And I'll defer to Mark if he has anything.
No, I think, you know, you and I have talked about it, Chief. You know, based on the conversation this evening, you know, we keep referring to him as Bernie, and I keep saying the company's Community Paradigm, and you look at me and say Bernie. But I'm happy to reach out to Bernie and get a quote for this process, which would also include an assessment center. There can be components in there for either working with a committee, doing various other types of outreach, and I can also put something in there for also helping him assist us engaging with an interim chief. So seeing, you know, again, he understands the landscape, he understands who may be available. He does work with several consultants who deal specifically in fire and understands what's out there. So we could make that, you know, as part of the contract, I could have him include that as well.
And Mark, one of the landscape issues for me is that I don't know all the details, but I've got to believe that from the standpoint of somebody who's looking for another position, from a pension standpoint, for example, there are some differences between the states. So, for example, if it turns out that New Hampshire fire chief pension structures work consistently with Massachusetts, so that's an easy transition, versus Maine or Rhode Island is not, kind of thing. The more we can focus on those kind of dimensions as well, which I'm assuming a recruiter would know, maybe Chief Achilles could advise us on that as well, to say, let's find somebody who is likely to be a good fit from a financial or other benefits kind of standpoint. That's not the only decision, but it's part of the picture that somebody
I
would
would,
consider.
again, I think there's a benefit of getting somebody that's been in the fire service for a length of time, and typically those are people that would come from another state, because they're, like myself, still feel like they want to work. But don't sell Massachusetts short.
Sure.
There's some really strong chief candidates that our current chief officers may not be fire chiefs in our area that have a lot of knowledge and experience, and there is some advantage to also look there. So that's where Paradigm can help you.
Yeah. Yeah, and you get more consistency in terms of benefits there, I would think, in the same retirement system or whatever. So those kind of factors, I don't understand, but I'm assuming a recruiter,
Right.
Chief Achilles,
And
could help us
I think they would,
understand
and
that.
I think they
Yeah.
could guide you to find the right candidate, or candidate pool.
Good, yep. Good.
Okay, so just a couple questions here about next steps. So, Mark, it sounds like there's a consensus here. We want to retain Community Paradigm.
Yes.
Do we need to, can we just do that now? Do we need to take a, you get a proposal and we come back and then we vote on it at the next meeting?
So you could authorize me to engage with them up to a dollar amount. If it's more, I'll have to come back to you, and if not, and I can't tell you, I don't think it's gonna be more than 15. However, with finding an interim chief, with the assessment center and everything else, I'm not sure exactly what that number would be. I probably would seek authorization up to 20.
Bill's 9, so 20 sounds good to me.
Yeah. The second thing I think that I would seek direction from the board tonight is, you've talked a little bit about committee. If you want to do a committee, I think it's good that we get it advertised. Obviously, we want to get the consultant engaged, but then you want to get the consultant engaged with a committee if that's what we have. If you have an idea of what you're looking for, if there are certain constituencies that you want represented on the committee, I think it's good that we walk away from that, with that tonight, so that myself, Ms. Hale, can get that advertised out there so that you can have candidates in front of you and you can fill that search committee at your next meeting on January 2nd.
I don't support using an additional committee.
Okay.
So back to Bernie's contract. We're asking him to do two things, permanent and interim, correct?
Yes, correct.
So I'll make a motion that we authorize the town administrator to negotiate and engage Paradigm Solutions with a budget limitation of up to $20,000.
For both interim and permanent positions.
For both interim and permanent fire chiefs.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, so then the next decision is, should we also have a committee, maybe of 3 Southborough residents, 2 ex officios, one can be another fire chief from another community, another could be a member of the town, either an existing department head or someone that works for the town, together with 3 people who could work with Bernie to help
Andrew-
review the candidates, et cetera, and weed down candidates for a,
Andrew, could I suggest that if Bernie accepts this, that we consult with him about what would work best for him before we appoint a committee of any kind? In other words,
Not a
hold
bad
off.
idea. I mean, he's done this a lot, so you might have thoughts about what can work, what doesn't work, et cetera.
so this is one of those that's kind of a close call, right?
Yeah.
I'll put it this way, do you think, on the one hand, I think you're saying the committee process last time kind of was slower than, it took some time.
The committee process last time probably was appropriate for
Okay,
what you were looking for at the time and what was the landscape. I was one of the first outside chiefs, right? So I think there was a lot going on. I think if you know what type of candidate you want, and I'll defer to Mark, but I think you could get a lot of that information up front from engaging Paradigm. And if, once that's done, you feel that, we need a little bit more diversity from the select board, a community member, I think you could put that in at a spot. I wouldn't think it has to be up front. I think I'm not sure what was the process specifically for police chief or the DPW superintendent, but I think if you could
Yeah.
model it.
Each one of these.
No
is
committee
very
each way.
different.
No committee.
That's right.
I agree with Marguerite that let's get Bernie hired, and if Bernie says, I think you should do some type of small committee to help me, we could do it, but I'm not in favor of committee at all at this point.
Yeah, I think if we have a committee, it ought to be small.
Okay. So it sounds like there's a consensus. We will wait to
Wait.
hear what Community Paradigm thinks of.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. You have a comment?
Yes.
I was involved in that whole process, and I think a committee at this stage is unnecessary. It delayed the process quite a bit. So I would go with the consultant, ask for an opinion, have that opinion brought to you, and then vote on it. It was too lengthy, and too many opinions that just kept revolving around themselves. I would avoid a committee.
Thank you.
This could be trivial, but
Well, could you just introduce yourself?
sorry.
We know who you are, but.
Patty Fiore. Al's motion had the wrong name of the company.
It did.
Thank you.
What name of,
He
thank you.
didn't say community.
What is the proper name?
Paradigm Associates, it's Community Paradigm.
I'm sorry, what's the right?
Okay, so I'll revise the motion. So the motion is to authorize the town administrator up to $20,000 to hire Community Paradigm to do two things. One, to recruit a permanent replacement for Chief Achilles, and one, to recruit an interim replacement for Chief Achilles.
Second.
Sorry, Al.
No problem.
Okay, all those in favor? Those opposed? Okay. I think you can go now.
Well,
Not too far.
I'll thank you, everybody, and I appreciate the kind words.
Thank you.
So the next item on the agenda is the renewal of the 2024 Class 2 license for RZND Motors, Inc., 264 Porterville Road. Mark, I think it'd be beneficial if you just kind of set the stage for the board here about, like, this was on the consent agenda. It was part of an annual renewal of licenses for the
Correct.
next year.
Yes.
There's a more complicated permitting history to this one. Can you just kind of summarize it as succinctly as you can to help?
Sure, and there's information in the board's packet.
Yep.
Since, I believe it was 2017, the board has been issuing a Class 2 license to RZND Motors, Inc. at 264 Porterville Road, with a limitation of no more than 8 cars, 8 used vehicles for sale and/or in transition at any one time. This was the result of a negotiation which was conducted by members of the Select Board, then Board of Selectmen, and Town Council with the property owner around 2016 or so, to resolve some litigation and to get the site cleaned up. At that time, no one had noted the prior ZBA decision from 1982, which was the only decision on record for that property regarding used vehicles, which limited the property to 2 used vehicles for sale at any one time. So the license went along without any instance. There were complaints along the way. This past spring, the RZND then requested an increase from the 8 to 14 used cars. At that point, we had new council in place, Jay Tallerman, Mead, Tallerman, and Costa, and took a look back and identified the 1982 ZBA decision limiting it to 2. The board at that time, basically, it took no action on the application, given that the limitation was on record as 2, and encouraged the applicant to have to go to ZBA to amend their permit to increase from the 2 to essentially whatever number they were looking for, whether it was the 14 or some other number. That did take some time. I can't speak to that. That would be up to the applicant to speak to that. Eventually, ZBA did decide to increase the number to no more than 12 cars. However, there were conditions with regard to that decision, which basically the biggest of which was site plan approval before the planning board. That has just recently been submitted to planning board, and planning board, I believe, is looking to put that on their agenda for January 8th. In the normal, is this brief?
No, this is a complicated.
In the normal,
Complicated
in the
history,
normal
so.
course of renewal, Mr. McAuliffe for RZND is seeking some level of relief in the renewal of the Class 2 license to continue at the 8-car limit until the process with Planning Board is complete. Conversations have been had with Town Council. Jay Tallerman is here this evening as well. Again, the only decision on record is the 2. And so I don't know whether the board wants to consider doing something beyond what is on the record. And I know that Attorney McAuliffe will speak to his position tonight, and you have counsel here this evening. You can also have him speak to his position.
All right, and would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure.
Okay,
I've been up here before, but I don't think before this board, because the last time I was here was 2015. And that was when the hearings were conducted, public hearings, I believe 3, maybe 4.
I'm sorry, did you introduce your name and?
Oh, John McAuliffe.
Okay, yep,
Sorry, I thought
that's
it's
okay.
no relation to the former, I think, town manager.
All right, okay.
So Mr. Purple's correct. In 2000, it was 15.
15.
There was a complaint, there was litigation. The site was not run by the same tenant now, someone else, and that person passed away. And the town at that time, after submission of a plan by EDC, they're a Southborough company, did the site plan. They actually have resubmitted this new one yesterday, I believe. Submitted, and we agreed after the hearings, it became 8 cars. And there was some conditions, some site conditions, some plantings that didn't survive. And all this detail is in Mr. Beams' submission. It's going to be before this board. I don't want to have to be redundant, but fast forward 8 years or so now, and this issue comes up from 1982. When we were in front of the board in 2015 and had the application, and I think 2016 was the first time they issued the 8 cars, that was agreed. We dismissed the case. We entered a dismissal, a stipulation. I worked with town council, and every year the license has been renewed, and we continue, especially with this new tenant, RZND, we've continued to improve the location. If there's an issue with the town, we've addressed it. Had we known about this, we would have come and addressed it earlier. And as soon as we knew about it, we filed the plans for the zoning relief. Again, another, I believe, at least 2 hearings, maybe 3, and they came down to the approval of 12. I realize it's conditioned upon the minor site plan review that's going to be heard in January. And I'm essentially asking this board to exercise some of its discretion. I know the board has discretion as part of the good governance, and I know that this board grants temporary certificates of occupancy through the Board of Health. I know that there's temporary permits to burn, there's temporary permits for trash, there's all sorts of temporary and interim ways to manage a factual situation to prevent ongoing harm or to prevent prejudicial result. So that's why I'm here. If we have, just because it's January 1st, nothing changes on the condition, there's nothing that goes into jeopardy, there's no loss or threat of life, limb, or property. What we need to do to move forward to kind of keep an even playing field, that's been the playing field for the last 8 years and, you know, well beyond 1982, is I'm asking for the interim permit until the next hearing to decide on this, what would be the result, to review that and the full hearing on that. I'm asking the board that, I think when you balance the harms, that this is something, I believe this board has the discretion, and I believe, and asking that it grant that temporary permit or allow the permit to issue with conditions pending this hearing approval. I'm sure we could fashion something along the lines.
So you're asking for the board to renew the Class 2 license at 12?
No, at 8, at status
Okay.
quo.
At
Nothing
8.
changes.
Okay.
The only thing that changes is the last digit on the year. Really, we're not asking for anything more, anything less. In the meantime, we're still going to implement the recommendations that were on the ZBA list, and also that become part of the site plan approval.
And so do you also represent the company through the site plan approval process? Or Mr. Bemis does, or?
I represent the owner of the property, and I'm representing the landlord here. I mean, the tenant as well, that runs the site, the operator, is the applicant.
All right, so the effect of not allowing this would be,
Essentially stops, it just closes someone's business. It's like locking the door, which usually is done for some flagrant violation or something that's, harming the public interest. And, it's not creating additional traffic. Something doesn't change from December 31st to January 1st to the next hearing date, for that matter.
I would like to hear from Jay.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Mr. Tallerman? You're going to help us unpack this legal tangle? Okay, so there's the one thing that'll help me is you've got the zoning issue, right? And then you have the select board's authority over this license to operate a car dealership and how the two things kind of interact here. And they have been operating with the 8 for years.
Right, so let's take that a little bit off the table, because essentially you're operating under the assumption that everything was okay until it came to light that there was an issue. So the fact that there may have been a decision that was based on incorrect information, it doesn't mean you have to repeat that particular action again. Let's just focus on the here and now, I think is important. What happened in the past is unique and confusing, but here we are right now. And the applicant before you did go before the zoning board. It was a thorough process, and they ended up with 12 vehicles. There's a significant condition on that, and the condition relates to site plan approval. And while site plan approval in this context under your zoning bylaws is not the kind of site plan approval that generally could result in a negative decision, a denial, the planning board has pretty substantial authority to impose conditions through site plan approval in a manner that doesn't frustrate or deny a project. So the project that you have before you still is being shaped. That said, this board can, if it so chooses, disregard what is going on in the zoning world and issue their permit. However, one of the elements of your review of a Class 2 license is the suitability of the site. It strikes me as an attorney that suitability of a site has a zoning component to it. I say all this without any value judgment of the quality of the operation or whether 8 or 2 cars is appropriate or inappropriate. It appears that the zoning board feels that 12 is, but it's not quite, they're not quite done with the zoning part of it. So here's the ramifications. You could say 8 today if you want and allow them to stay on 8. The moment you do that and the moment they have a license for 8, they would be operating unless it was conditional upon you can't actually do 8 until you complete, your site plan approval, in which case they would really want 12. You would be breathing life to something that is not legal currently. And again, I'm not trying to say that it's a bad operation or there's some substantial risk. Zoning is a significant legal box to check. They've kind of checked it, but they need to do a little bit more. If this board wants to approve a project that doesn't comply with the law, with the zoning, you can do that. You would be laying the project bare to enforcement the moment you do. That could come through the zoning office. So my recommendation has always been, let's follow the process. That said, you all are the policymakers, and obviously I would defer to any decision you make in terms of the licensure components of this.
So Jay, I just have one follow-up, and you and I have kind of had this conversation, that's why I just want you to answer the question. So there have been issues, as was noted, there's been issues with the neighbors about traffic and other issues over the years. If there is a complaint as to the property, as to the operation, everything in that, what are we enforcing to? Are we enforcing to the 8 on the Class 2? Are we enforcing to the 2 in the ZBA decision?
I'm not sure what you mean by complaint per se.
I think he means,
If we have to take enforcement action, what,
From a zoning perspective or from the select board perspective?
okay, so it's two, so it'd be two different answers.
It would be,
Okay, all right.
right. And it would be the building commissioner that would enforce zoning. So in other words, tomorrow, if there were more than 2 cars on the site, the building commissioner could, it's discretionary on the part of the building commissioner, could respond, could do it on his own, or could respond to a complaint received by him to enforce zoning and issue orders based on a premature increase in the number of cars beyond 2.
Okay.
2 follow-up questions. One is, as part of the site plan approval process, would the planning board have authority to set a car limit number that's lower than the ZBA decision? Or, I don't read it that way. It says, to allow, granted relief for basically was like a pre-existing non-conforming structure, and then allowed up to 12 cars. The following addition, the approval is subject to site plan approval by the planning board with special consideration given to this list of, site plan things, right? Screening, things like that. But, so could the planning board then pick a different number, so there'd be a third car number out there? Or, and also, do we know when is there a constructive approval deadline for this site plan approval underway, so that we know there'll be a decision by a certain date?
So I don't know that, on the last part, I don't know that the timing of where they are. There's always a constructive approval consequences depending on timings. I'm not prepared to answer that question because I don't know. I know that there was a recent application. I'm not sure why there was a gap, but that process is going to unfold. I don't think the planning board is legislating the number of cars per se. The planning board is looking at the site with respect to their jurisdiction to make sure sites work appropriately on all the issues that they have to look at. If there's an incidental effect on the ability to do a number of cars, then that it could happen that there would be kind of a constructive reduction. For example, if the planning board felt that the area where the cars were going to be, so they're not saying we think 8 cars or 12 cars are the right number. If they felt the parking configuration or the access configuration or the screening or the drainage or the other things that the planning board looks at have to be changed, and they ultimately are changed in a way that physically makes it impossible to do 12 cars at that site, then that could potentially be an issue. But they're not like doing a redo of what the zoning board did. They are doing what they do in all instances, which is kind of a thoughtful review of how does this site work from a traffic, landscaping, screening, drainage, the kind of things that we rely on the planning board all the time for projects that need dual permits.
So before we open up for other board discussions, is there anything you want to add to that?
Oh, I don't think you can just erase the fact of 8 years of history. I don't think you can just turn around and say, you know, when it's advised or there's an agreement that this board makes, that another party relies on, and then is notified and then takes the steps to remedy so they come into conformance, and we're less than a month away, that, you know, created a situation that causes an irreparable harm. And there is discretion. That's why they have, and I said it before, that's why they have temporary certificates of occupancy. It's the same way that this is an interim solution to continue to keep the promises on both sides.
So then on the interim, the question I was getting at with the end date of the site plan approval process, do you know when that is?
We're here in the
As
first,
if an application was filed on a certain date, you would know that there's a deadline, there's a constructive approval deadline, and
by this board. I guess.
no, by the planning board.
Planning
By the
board,
planning board.
site plan.
I don't know how long the planning board would take. I mean, they continue hearings, could be
But they wouldn't be able to continue it unless you agreed to it if there's a constructive approval.
correct.
It's going to be, I believe,
45
the
days, 60.
the plans just came in.
Oh,
So
okay.
I think they were just received according to what Ms. Luttrell is.
Right, I believe my conversation with Ms. Quinn is that they're looking to have that on the January 8th agenda.
There was a submission earlier in maybe, or late November, and there was a lot of comments that Mr. Beams got back, and those comments, you know, they're substantial, and they deal with everything from the lighting fixtures to, you know, emergency lighting, traffic flow, fencing, shrubbery, is comprehensive. But he took all those comments and then submitted it to the planning board after Ms. Quinn took a look at it. So we're just walking in compliance. I would like to walk a little quicker. We'd like to get there. As I said, had we known this, we would have been here 4 years ago. I don't think it's the fault of the applicant, and it seems like,
But the special permit decision was on record, so you,
what,
the two-car restriction from the ZBA decision from,
1982.
that is a matter of public record, right?
It was never conditioned, never brought up.
It took some teasing out. So when it was brought, and I think
Well, just to be clear, the reason this came up is because your client sought an increase in vehicles from 8 to 14. If that had not happened, this may not have come up. But once that was brought up, and council took a look back at the history and said, you have a ZBA decision that limits it to 2.
It would have been on recorded at the registry of deeds.
It's true. All of that could have been discovered. And when it came to light, when they were going for the 14, and I believe it was interested members of the public who actually kind of did the forensic view of what the permitting was. I want to make a point that, and I'm not trying to debate the point, because I think your client
We
is.
had our debate, right?
Right, I think your client is in an awkward position, and I feel for them. I know they're trying to run a business here, and I think the planning board is going to do a great job doing their review as the zoning board did before it. This is not like a temporary certificate of occupancy. You could not issue, and that would not this board, the building commissioner, he could not issue a temporary certificate of occupancy where the subject of that temporary certificate didn't comply with zoning. The building code wouldn't permit that. Building commissioners do issue temporary certificates of occupancy on some code-specific things. I get the point. I'm just saying that if we're going to compare it to something, I think it's a stretch to compare it to that, and I don't think it's really worth comparing to any of that. I think the important thing is that we focus on that we've got laws over here, zoning, laws over here, licensing. They connect when the select board has to review a particular project under the suitability provisions of Chapter 140, which do include the suitability of the site, so it kind of ties into that. So, again, I'm not making a firm recommendation as to what you do. I'm just trying to, my job as a lawyer is to make sure all the laws line up, and what right now they don't quite line up.
But Jay, independent of the legal situation, can you say that this business was acting in good faith on the information that they had from the town, that they were okay operating with 8?
I can't say that either way. There's certainly no evidence that anyone was trying to pull a fast one.
Right, it seems
To
to
me.
me that whatever happened with falling between the cracks, they were going on the assumption that 8 was okay.
I'm not a mind reader. I don't know what was in their minds. There's nothing that I've seen in the record, which is limited, and it's a ton of hearsay, that indicates that anyone was trying to get away with anything all those years. It is a confusing record.
It also seemed to me that the town didn't pick up on it until right now, so that, I don't know, I'm just saying, I think that if a business is operating according to what they think it is legal to be doing, it's not right to withdraw their livelihood from them until we sort it out, because we should have caught it sooner.
I'm not trying to operate on a kind of moral right and wrong plane. I'm just here to answer the legal questions.
So,
Al?
I have a couple of questions. I want to make sure I understand what you said. So, if this board issues a license with some sort of conditions relative to a site plan, getting final approval of a site plan review, you had indicated that the building commissioner could, the next day, if he so chose, cite a zoning violation and force them to reduce to 2 under the, is that correct?
If they had 8 cars for sale on the lot without completing the
They had more,
process.
yeah, if they had
They
more
could do
than
that.
2.
You could do that now.
Okay,
too.
so he could do that now, and if we issued this temporary license, he could do that as well. Is there anyone else who could perform that action, or any other body?
So, well, this board, but, aside from that, the zoning enforcement mechanism, someone could request zoning enforcement.
Okay.
So I'll just give you a hypothetical. By the end of this hypothetical, it's more likely than not that they'll be done with site plan approval. A building commissioner, as we often say, has an important enforcement mechanism, but it's not mandatory. They don't have to enforce. Obviously, there's no current enforcement ostensibly because people are working towards an end result. So there's 2 ways a building commissioner can do enforcement. They can do it on their own, drive around in their truck and see a violation and order someone to stop or issue tickets that have a $300 fine or whatever. Or any member of the public could petition the building inspector for enforcement, or another board could. They have the authority as well. And the building commissioner is 14 days, not written in stone, but 14 days generally to say yay or nay. A building commissioner could then still say, I get your point, I decline to enforce. And then that person who wants enforcement could then appeal to the Zoning Board of Appeals, back where we started from. And that's a hearing process that'll unfold over a period of months. By then, who knows what happens at site plan review, maybe it becomes moot. But you could see, it's not like it doesn't happen tomorrow. The other thing too here is if the building commissioner issues an enforcement against this property owner, then the property owner, Mr. McAuliffe, could appeal that to the zoning board of appeals. On the other side, whether by a legal or time-saving measure or whatever it may be, they have rights. They have due process rights. So we would be getting on this cycle here. I mean, from me as a lawyer, I'd like to see everything neat and clean and have it follow a process. But if it doesn't quite meet together, the potential cures for that are not always super clean. As you can see, they're messy and time-consuming.
So, just,
So I've got one other set of questions. Okay, so if we issue this, it is likely that before the current operators would be detrimentally impacted, they would have made their way through site plan review with any luck.
Well, that's up to them. I mean, the
I
planning board has a
understand.
significant process.
I'm trying to be helpful
Yeah,
here.
right, true.
Okay. So then the second question I have is you referenced a settlement. Could you tell me what that settlement was about?
In, I think 2015, the prior operator of the site was selling and fixing marine engines and boats. And there were some boats on the site, and the neighbors didn't like it. I was brought in after the enforcement started, and prior town council, there was some back and forth litigation. It was in Worcester Superior Court. But we really were looking to settle and resolve it and address the neighbors' concerns, address the concerns about the site that the property owner had as well. And that's what we did. We went and got a plan, ceased any marine repairs, and even taking a outboard engine off a boat and bringing it in. None of that.
So this settlement had nothing to do with the sale of automobiles?
Well, it did. It was the Class 2 license that we would be restricted to the Class 2 license, and that we wouldn't sell any marine boats or parts or engines. It was stick to your Class 2 license, and we came in with the plan and have an orderly site. It was really all about.
Okay. So that Class 2 license was for the 8 cars, is that correct?
Yes, that was the time for the 8.
And this was a settlement that was approved by this board?
After the entire
And
public process.
so this is, now I'm going to turn back to town council, because one of the fundamental authorities of this board is the right to enter into settlements on behalf of the town. And so would this provide the operators any relief, given that there is an existing settlement that permits them to operate with 8 cars under the Class 2 license?
Yeah, that settlement, we looked at that question, as Attorney McAuliffe has suggested, that didn't have anything to do with the number of cars. The end result was, okay, we go on, we have this license, but the settlement itself, and we looked at whatever pleadings and papers we could glean from that, had to do with this other side issue. There was no adjudication or consideration or contemplation of, whoa, you've got only 2 here, we've got to jump, figure out a way to settle for 8. Nor could this board adjudicate on its own a zoning discrepancy that hadn't gone through the process at that time, which was to get from 2 to 12 or 2 to 8 or whatever the number is. So your point is well taken, Al, but it didn't quite get there. We looked at it. We were trying to help facilitate a process, but that settlement didn't quite reach this particular issue.
Well, that's where I beg to differ, because I was there, and the court filings, the settlement, we just dismissed the case, because what the result was, what the settlement was to come in here, do a site plan in front of the board that you'd stick to with plantings and fence. That was.
so the select board was the site plan authority at that time?
They took the whole plan, they did everything at that time.
Weird.
It was, and no one said, hey, now you have to go to zoning, or there was nothing that, no one mentioned the 2 cars, because if they had, we would have done it. I mean, we talk about the law and the strict law and why governing boards, govern, because they govern with the discretion. They govern so it can be fair and equitable, and that's what we're asking. If we didn't have the process in place, if we hadn't had 8 or 7 years of licenses issued by the town and gone through that, I don't think I could sit up here and ask you. And I'd say, well, you're right, but I feel comfortable asking because I feel like that this board, given the circumstances of the past, given the present and current facts, can issue a temporary permit or can allow this, because this is what's happening now.
So-
Because of governance decisions.
So here's how I'm leaning, which would be to grant the temporary license for like 90 days, which would be a time period where that should allow this to go through a site plan review process, and also, give us a little bit of time there for, if there's a continuance, so you want to work out another condition with the planning board at the 8 cars, which is the existing level. And then Mr. Purple just noted that, one thing in the application, which is kind of an expansion, is that there currently isn't there's no operations allowed on Sunday, and this says appointment only. So I think we could approve it with, no Sunday operations, because that's what the status quo is. 8 cars, 90 days, and I think part of this is like an exotic legal, problem. The town bears some fault in how we got to this place. So if we did not do this, we would basically be shutting down the business. So I think that's a fair way of balancing it.
So I agree with everything you said. Is your client, the operator, here tonight?
Yes.
Would you mind coming up here for us? We could ask you a couple questions. I think we played a significant role in the problem, and it's my understanding that the current operator bought this thinking they could put 8 cars on that lot. So I think it would be grossly unfair to jerk the rug out from under them, not knowing how long the site plan review is going to take. We want businesses to thrive in Southborough. We want small businesses to thrive in Southborough, so I think it would be highly inappropriate for the select board to take the action tonight to reduce it from 8 to 2. But I do want you to understand, we have gotten a lot of complaints recently from neighbors about lights in their bedrooms in the middle of the night, trucks coming in. So I'd ask you to be really considerate to your neighbors. Don't go over the 8. I know there's been more than 8 at times because we get pictures sent to us as far as there. So it would help us if you could be very compliant with the 8 or under, the no on Sunday, work at all. But I just can't fathom
Yeah,
doing
and
this.
just to reiterate, so this is just, what we're talking about is just a temporary, 90 days. And, we're trying to help you out, but also consider that it's a really weird site, It's, I live pretty close to it. Densely populated. It's really, a neighborhood rather than, so I think it behooves you to take every effort to make sure you're not, it's not too noisy, not operating past hours. I remember when you first opened, there was the issue about some of those lights, which I don't think are there anymore. So you get what I'm saying?
May I?
Of course.
Okay. We started operating in 2021. When we came into the property, we were under the expectation of 8. So this whole 2 to 8, we don't know when it jumped or how it jumped or how we got to 8. Now, when it comes to our first meeting that we had in August, I believe, to now, we did some changes. When it comes to lighting, we tried it, I think, for a week. That was shut down. No problems with that. But when it comes to transportations, we made it aware with the transportation companies that we only expect transporters to come between business hours, and that's from 9 to 6, not on the weekends. Even though we work Saturdays, we don't allow them to come on Saturdays. We ask them to give us a call ahead of time just to make sure that there's no traffic blockage, anything like that. But we are a business. It's dark at 4. So lights will flash at people's windows. Even when you make that weird turn, lights will come from from one street to another. It's expected. People have lived there for a long, long time. It's not that we are, even when we're parking, the lights are flashing towards the building, not, towards people's houses. So that's something, that we are aware. We keep to, our business hours. Sometimes we have clients walking in at 5:30. We will accept them. We are a business. We're not going to shut down our doors at 5:30. And even when it comes to Sundays, we do appointment only. We don't, we do 1 or 2. They have to be pre-approved. So it's not like we're having a full-on business hours on Sundays. We have children, we want to be with our kids, we don't want to be stuck on Sundays working. So we have taken all that into consideration.
One that lights the Woodland Road and Route 85 intersection. One of the complaints the neighbors had was people cutting through to stop that turn. So they put up the cones, and one of the solutions is going to be some fence or barrier for that.
Yep.
So that funky turn is, will have lights at this time of year. But, we're going to continue to work and do all of them.
Sam?
Again, I am sympathetic to the importance of having business and business continuity. I think that's important. I'm troubled by legal inconsistencies here, but not to the point of doing something draconian when there apparently is a path to the finish line, as folks are suggesting, that if get through the site plan process and we've lined up with an approval that is similar to the zoning board's decision with appropriate site plan considerations included there, I think that's not a bad end result for this. I do, though, think that the town clearly did not do all the things the town should have done with this process, certainly. On the other hand, I don't think it's the town's job to do legal work for applicants here. So I look at this as sort of like a title search kind of thing. It's I think, appropriate for the applicant's counsel, whoever that may have been, to have found that particular decision that was in the public record and sorted this out a long time ago. So I don't think the town is in the business of doing legal work for applicants. All that said, I think Mr. Dennington's proposal makes sense as far as a 90-day time limited, and if for some strange reason it turns out to be longer than that for the planning board process, I'd be inclined to lengthen the rope there a little bit and allow continuity there. I would reinforce the comments here that the neighbors have clearly been concerned about this. And I guess I am interested in the applicants making every effort to deal with late night deliveries and headlights and cut-throughs and whatever, to find a way to make that work more acceptably to the neighbors. And my sense is that if all this plays out over the next 90 days or so, and we continue to get complaints about these kinds of things next year when we're looking at this, I'm less inclined to extend the license at that point if we can't figure out a way to make that work more acceptably to the neighbors. So I think there is some ability to continue the business, but again, with close attention to managing it in a way that is less problematic for the neighbors. So again, I'm on board with the 90-day license, with the hope that the planning board process will play out during that time and we wind up with the 12 permit and all the legal bows tied up there at that point, I think. And Mr. Tallerman, would that actually, at that point, be a consistent outcome legally? If the planning board process comes up with approvals to support the zoning board decision for 12 cars, then we're basically...
Well, I imagine at that point, they're going to come in for an increase in the number of cars, and you'll probably be issuing a decision that runs consistent with the 2 zoning permits.
But ultimately, we get to a place where 12 cars, per the zoning board's decision, with the appropriate site plan requirements on it, seems to me to be an acceptable, legally acceptable end game for this.
That certainly would be the most acceptable legal endgame. The in-between stuff is kind of an ad hoc solution.
Yes.
I wouldn't, as Mr. Dennington call it, ever use the term exotic when it comes to Class II licensure law, but I think it's certainly been a unique story
We're
here.
breaking new ground here.
Yeah,
I see an SJC appeal.
I hope not.
Well, I have an anecdote about that, but, so Marguerite, any
Could I just, could I
comment on
just,
this before we,
could I just speak to one part of trying to think what the business could bring to the neighborhood that would be a plus, so that I know it is a business in the middle of a neighborhood, and that's a complicated thing, but maybe there are things that the business could do that would benefit the neighborhood directly so that it would seem like a win-win to the neighbors. If you can think of some good creative solutions to that.
That's an interesting point, because over the years, we've thought of the same thing. What could, jive with the neighborhood, and whether it was like, some kind of convenience, but you have Fitzgerald's next to the train station, and so it's hard for a retail maybe to have a type of service that would be consistent with. People used to drop off for repairs when it was repair only.
Well, it used to be a gas station, which is really handy,
Right, and-
but it's grown. But I'm just thinking, if there were a way that you could turn your creativity to make it so that the neighborhood would say, we're really glad this business is here.
To be 100% honest, I'm kind of stuck in the middle of that, because anything that we do will cause an issue or a complaint. We tried to get the mechanic set up, and it did bring a lot of neighbors, that needed assistance or a flat tire. We had a lot of movement, and that was an issue. So we kind of shut that down so it wouldn't be a continuous complaint. And we kind of set into the sales where there's no noise, there's no after hours, there's no movement of traffic. It's set by appointments because obviously that location rarely has any walk-ins. So we kind of limited to that to not get a lot of exposure. So now, bringing exposure, I'm afraid it's going to bring complaints.
So you've thought about this,
So-
obviously.
We
yeah.
did, yes.
And
let's-
a lot of it's the trucks. Okay, I'm going to be quiet now.
okay. Sorry to be,
No, I'm just thinking.
I move that the board approve issuance of a temporary Class II license for RZND Motors.
Andrew, we have a
For-
comment coming
Oh,
here, maybe.
okay, yep,
Hi.
Hi.
Laura Vaughn, I'm at 198 Woodland Road. I disagree with this entire conversation that's happening right now. This business has been a problem since they opened their doors. There have been multiple complaints. This went to ZBA many, many months ago. The final resolution happened in August. The owner of the business, not the operators, the owner of the business has taken no action on filing for the site plan approval until yesterday. So to extend this even further, all of us as abutters have been dealing with this for over 2 years. So now to tell us that we have to wait another 90 days and you are going to grant them a license, which they are not entitled to, after all of this back and forth, is unacceptable. After the ZBA meeting in August, the current operators were told, this is how deliveries need to be made, these are the times that these need to be made. They have not followed any of that. Deliveries still come in the incorrect way. There's no enforcement, despite people still filing complaints against this. The town refuses to take any enforcement action. And that, to us as abutters, is completely unacceptable. And today, the business owners were draining water out onto 85 from the basement of that building, flooding the road on 85 and Woodland Road, which is fine on a nice day, but as the temperature drops tonight, it's going to be a sheet of black ice. I have brought this up to the ZBA during that hearing. All of our complaints were brushed aside, and now here we are again with them not taking the appropriate action and us being told no enforcement action can be taken. So I disagree with all of this, and as someone who lives across the street from this business, it has been a big problem.
Right. Thank you. And I think, that's something that I think we're going to be keeping in mind if, there's 90 days from now,
I understand. I mean, I think this business opened in the late 40s. It's been part of the neighborhood. I know it changed. We took the tanks out because the town, didn't want inert tanks down there. But so we're aware.
Okay.
Thank
So I move that the board approve the issuance of a temporary Class 2 license for RZ ND Motors for 90 days with no, under the current conditions, with no Sunday operations.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Thank you.
Okay.
And we will do as we promised and continue getting to the point where it's approved. Thank you.
Okay. Let's take a break. All right, 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
Yep, 5.
Recording stopped.
discussion of planning board request for a special counsel, and this is probably by a letter that Ms. Luttrell wrote to us on November 30th, which is in the packet. Mimi, would you like to come and, present your request, or Jesse?
Good evening, Jesse Stein, member of the Planning Board. We do not have a quorum tonight. We did not post an agenda. There are two of us present, which meets the meeting law guidelines. The request for special counsel is deriving from the, two components. The role of town council is to represent the select board. That's A. And B, the select board, very early on in the process of 120 Turnpike, came out in public endorsement in writing of this project. That's your right. We're not questioning your motives or decision to do that, or vote to do that. We do see it, though, as presenting a conflict of interest for town council. And Mimi may have a different view of the reasoning for the request for special counsel and, specifically what the concern is in terms of the conflict. In my view, it is regarding the lot. That's specifically the question of whether or not we have a legally existing lot for this building submission at 120 Turnpike. It has been suggested, and I do agree with the concept that the planning board is the only entity that can create legally a lot. So my request is that we do bring in independent counsel to review that question pertaining to this project due to the conflict.
Okay. Mimi?
So am I on? Yes. Mimi Luttrell, I'm the chair of the planning board. So although the comprehensive permit is before the zoning board of appeals, and they are the decision-making authority on a comprehensive permit, the statute has designed it so it's a one-stop shop before the zoning board of appeals. But the statute also expects other boards and committees involved in development in the town to come to the meetings and to offer their opinion. And this zoning board has solicited the opinion of the planning board on the comprehensive permit projects. And Jesse is right. There are questions as to that lot, not just in our code, and it's understood that a 40B waives town code, but this is a unique situation in which part of the lot, if subdivided, is going to be under 40B and allowed to have town code waive, but the other section is not. And this lot is a non-compliant lot, and our code does not allow the reduction in size or the subdivision of a non-compliant lot. And it's made legally non-compliant because it has variances, which does not make it, variances do not allow it the benefits of being a legally non-compliant, non-conforming lot. So there's very complicated legal questions, and as we found out from the previous hearing, it's very important that although I know this board believes that there will be no appeals, going down the road that something doesn't come up and it comes up that what was done was not correct, it followed the law and followed zoning, and some enforcement action comes in, 10 years from now. So the planning board is the elected board that represents town meeting and how town meeting has decided they want this town developed via the zoning code. And we just want to make sure what is done is within compliance of the zoning code. And as Mr. Stein alluded to, I have no quibble with town council. He's very competent, he does a great job. He doesn't really support the planning board, but he has told the planning board that he works for the select board, and he will always work to forward their opinion. So we find that we can't get an objective answer to our legal questions.
I think that it is good that, the planning board is taking a very, thorough approach to this. I just fundamentally don't agree that because the select board supports this project, and I'll just explain that a little bit more, that means that Mr. Tallerman can't give accurate, objective advice about the question about whether the relief that the applicant would need in terms of subdivision and frontage could be done through the ZBA comprehensive permit process or not. And I know Mr. Tallerman has a lot of experience in 40Bs, and the reason why, several months ago we wrote the letter that we did is, if we say, I think on affordable housing, we should, if we're gonna talk the talk, we should walk the walk. Meaning, if this is a proposal where it's gonna get us really close to the 10%, it doesn't have the road abutter problems that, for example, Parks Central did, right? We all have, lived through that, right? So at a certain point where, we would like to do what we can to get to the 10%. Of course, I think we also want to, see it for the applicant to get the relief that they need that make sure that everything complies with state law, town code, all of that. But I think that Jay is in a good position to advise the town on that. And I don't agree where you say he represents the select board. Okay, I think he represents the town, but it is correct that the select board does have, there's a long-established part of the town code that the select board has the exclusive power to, direct the activities of town council. Yes?
So you sort of, in my opinion, just made my point, which is you have already concluded that the project should be approved. You in effect, what am I?
No.
Is that not what you said?
We support the project, but we certainly want it done correctly, lawfully, et cetera, with all the things that need to be done. But just because we have this overall support doesn't mean that we have asked Attorney Tallerman to ignore everything that needs to be dealt with. We haven't said a word to him about anything that you guys have raised. We absolutely want him to answer your questions.
Yeah, I drafted that letter, and it was very clear in the 40B letter that we said that we wanted the state to approve the 40B program, but that we still had to jump through all of the hoops before the ZBA and other local boards and commissions. This is not a question of us trying to jam this through the process. We expect that the process will be followed. We said that we believe that this project is in the best interest of the town. We have a lot of pretty words and a lot of pretty plans about affordable housing, but the last two times, we have come up woefully short on actually doing something. And so excuse me, may I finish? So I've got a bunch of questions which I'll But I want to correct that record. We have never tried to short-circuit the process. We have been clear that after the state granted the 40B designation, you still had to go through all of the local processes. And we'll talk a little bit more about the proper role of town council in a minute.
Kathy, you want to?
I don't have much more to add to what you said. Tellerman and his firm are town council, and they will represent planning board and answer their questions, just like they do anybody else that asks questions. So this idea that they're the select board's attorney and no one else's is just wrong.
Mayor, what is the select board's position about which elected board is responsible for lot creation?
So I think, let me answer it this way. I mean, I think Jay can speak to this too, but as you said, the 40B is designed to be a one-stop shop, and that by design, the ZBA, if someone wants to build a project that includes affordable housing, in exchange for building that affordable housing, they get the benefit of it. Instead of having to go to 6 different boards, goes through the zoning board of appeals. Now, I understand that there's some issues about, there's some relief that goes too far, the ZBA can't grant it. I'm frankly not really an expert on that. Mr. Tallerman has more experience in that field than I do. So, but it sounds like the reason why you want the board to appoint special counsel is to give a different answer than the one that Jay has already given you. Is that right? Or has he?
No, we haven't gotten clear answers to our questions.
Yeah, it's not that we want the opposite to be correct. We want the question of the lot creation. Is there actually a legally existing lot in this submission? We want that, I want that addressed.
Of other questions.
Well, is this a place where Mr. Tallerman should say something to us?
Well, I don't think we're going to hash out the legal issues here, but I would like, it sounds like we're not, well, I haven't heard from everybody, but.
Well, I'm concerned that Southborough has enough problems and enough things approaching us from externally in the state in terms of housing, that it bothers me deeply that the planning board and the select board cannot cooperate enough to work together to find a decent solution that's legal and that the neighborhoods are happy with. I mean, I think I get the sense we're spending so much time going like this, that the problems are increasing for the town instead of being solved. And I think we're letting the whole town down with this. So I would really like it if we could all just sit down with Mr. Tallerman, because he works for the select board, but he also works for the planning board and the ZBA and the library and youth and families and anyone who comes to his office hours. I don't think he belongs to the select board exclusively. I think he would give what he thought was a reasonable response. I haven't seen the question formulated about the lot, but I am distressed that the town is facing 40B compliance, MBTA, a school project, though we don't know how much that's going to cost, a library project. We have a lot of, never mind the national scene, that we really need to cooperate as best we can, and anything we can do to make that occur, I think, would save everyone a lot of aggravation and lost opportunities. So I would ask if there's some way that everyone can just sit down and we can just say, well, what exactly is needed? What precisely about 120 is needed? And try to get to that answer so that you would feel happy with that. But I just would point out that it's an enormous, I think the assumption that Mr. Tallerman works only for the select board is only partially correct. I think he works for every board and committee in town if they need advice. So I would like to see if that could be, if the 120 question could be answered to your satisfaction. so that we could just move on to more of the pressing issues, which we certainly have in this town, especially the MBTA, which I know you both worked very, very, very hard on, and we're only at the first third of the process, because it's going to be a years-long issue, and everyone's going to need all their energy to get through that.
So I actually have some sympathy for your position. I've worked with outside counsel, I've worked with in-house counsel, and I've observed for a number of years, and town council is a slightly different animal. Yes, town council works for the select board, but I think there's a difference between working for the select board and advocating for the select board. And unless this board directs town council to advocate for it, I think he is not well advised to do so. Only because, and I know the lawyers will say, how can he not advocate? I'm going to say that my expectations of town council aren't being met. And I've talked to a few others who also believe their expectations aren't being met. And I believe that this board is capable of advocating for itself. My expectation from town council is that he should be able to tell you what the state of the law is, what the rules and regulations are, and what you are and are not allowed to do. But that advocacy should be left to the advocates, which are us. And unless we give town council explicit instructions to advocate, I think my expectation is that he needs to play, or she needs to play a slightly more neutral role. And I think that's a conversation that this board should have about what their expectations of town council are. One question, so I've got a couple of nuts and bolts questions for you. How are you going to pay for special counsel? If you want special counsel to work for you, I assume special counsel isn't going to work for free.
So we have a firm working for us, don't we?
It's Mr. Talaman's firm.
Yeah. But
They would
there are
have,
other attorneys there, aren't there?
I assume so. But, I think I'll let Mr. Talaman just opine on the ethics of that, but generally, if you if you engage one member of the firm, you expect the whole firm to toe the line. There's no Chinese screen, is I think the term that is often used. So, my question is, if you want somebody to work for you, he who pays the piper calls the tune. How are you going to pay for town council, for special counsel? That's a question I think you've got to answer. The second question is, what happens when the counsel you employ reaches a different answer than Mr. Talaman and Mr. Talaman's firm reaches?
Okay.
How do we resolve the difference? Yeah.
Okay. Regarding the fee, I would assume that would be part of your vote. That was my assumption coming into this. It did not occur to me until this moment that this would be coming out of the planning department's budget. So that's something we would obviously have, if you do vote in favor of supporting town council, contingent on finding funds in the planning department's budget or something to that effect. I personally would probably support that and, work with our board to reconcile that expense. In regards, what was your second question?
The second question is, if there's a difference of opinion, and as you know, lawyers, when you have two lawyers, you get three opinions. Sorry, Jay.
So, to me, that finding, that legal opinion, would then, and Mimi is very likely going to disagree with me, that legal opinion would then go into the deliberation by the Zoning Board of Appeals on the project.
Okay.
So it would effectively be another document in that packet, if you will.
Okay, so if we, so we don't have.
Because they're the entity, excuse me, they're the entity that this is their agenda item at this point. So all of this is just part and parcel of those hearings.
Okay.
Sam, have you
Thanks.
spoken on this yet?
I have not yet.
Okay.
Interesting issues. I have great respect for Mr. Stein, Ms. Luttrell. It is my strong conviction that town council works for the town's interests, and the select board manages that process, but I have personally observed the town council working for a variety of boards. And it seems to me that the law is the law. Town council's job is to interpret that law relative to questions that come up from the various boards, and not to advocate. And I've not observed town council advocating for one position or another as opposed to advising people on the law, which he's consistently done when I've raised questions with him about, what does the law say about this, that, or the other thing, he tells me, and then I make a decision about, what I'd like to do based on that information. And frankly, that's the way I work in my day job with many attorneys. I'm buying legal opinions about what can work from a legal standpoint and stand up under appeal or whatever. And then it's my choice as a business decision to say, okay, here's what we want to do. We'll take a risk here or not take a risk, et cetera. So it also seems to me that you really get into a major circular problem, because if, as you say, Mr. Stein, the town council has one view of a particular issue as town council is advising the zoning board, planning board's council comes back with another view, that goes into the zoning board mix, that creates an inherent conflict there, I think, that is hard to, for me at least, to resolve. So I think that having one or more independent councils out here creates a significant problem, waste of resources, et cetera. And frankly, if you have counsel that you don't have confidence in, then you need to get another counsel. I have great respect for Mr. Tallerman's credentials. I've run into him over many years. I think he's well respected in state legal circles as someone who has a wealth of experience and good judgment relative to zoning and land use activities. So I don't think we're in any jeopardy in terms of not having highly qualified legal counsel here, particularly for this issue. So I have great confidence that we're getting valid legal opinions on these issues, not only for planning, zoning, but again, other boards that are in town. So I'm not supportive of hiring more independent counsels, frankly, and I appreciate what you're saying, but it seems to me that the right answer for me, at least, is to rely on town council as the representative of all town boards, interests of the town.
Kathy, you wanna?
I didn't go to the second ZBA hearing for 120, but I did go to the first one. And it seemed to me that the ZBA was very happy with Mr. Tallerman's representation. In fact, they said that. So if he hasn't answered the specific questions about the lot, and Jesse, when you said, what's our policy as far as that goes, the select board doesn't have a policy on how to segregate a lot. I don't know enough to even talk about what that would be. So not my area, but I would say go back and ask the question again as far as your concern about having the non-conforming lot, not being able to sever that, the frontage that I think you've got an issue with too. But the select board hasn't said to Mr. Tallerman, don't give any answer that doesn't do anything but give full sports project. We haven't said a word to him about what to do at all. It's it's a ZBA show at this point. But I do want you to get your questions answered. Jay has a specific expertise in 40Bs, as we all know. So I'm just surprised that you said that you've asked the question and the answer's not clear, or whatever you said a few minutes ago, maybe. Maybe do it again.
So this has been a perennial problem, and it has, was brought up early. There was a meeting on it, and the elected planning board, who is in charge of a variety of zoning issues, does not have adequate counsel. We can't get counsel to come to our meetings, and we can't get answers to our questions.
I've seen counsel at your meetings.
So that you saw the one then?
Yep. And I've, again, seen town council working with town planner on a variety of questions. For example, I attend the office hours regularly, and she is also a regular attendee there. So it certainly looks to me like the planning board is getting input from town council on a pretty regular basis. So I'm puzzled as to why that's not sufficient.
I mean, we really want this to work with you. I tried to help at one point, and you were mad at me as far as what I did, so I backed off. But there was one case where you wanted him to come, and he could come, but he could only come at a specific time, and you guys were unwilling to move your schedule to accommodate. He had another place he had to be. So you got to, there's got to be some flexibility in this, but I've never seen him not be totally available when you needed him, and I've been told that Karina is by far his best client at the meetings where he comes to, does his office hours here. So we can continue to try to do what we can to make sure you get what you need, but he's got a very deep law firm there. We're, compared to what we've had in the past, I think this is head and shoulders better. I have great respect for his talents and his abilities, so we really got to, I'm sorry I'm talking this way, we've really got to find a way to make this work better, but I think you need to go back again, maybe. I'm not sure how this vote's going to go, but let's assume it's not approved, and just ask one more time, specifically your issues as far as this lot division, and maybe the frontage issue too.
Okay, so with, we're now approaching 10 of 10. I'll make a motion. Okay. I move that the select board deny the planning board's request for special counsel.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're just moving around, back to chair's report. We held a regular office hours earlier this month, Marguerite? 2 weeks ago? Okay, yes. It's Marguerite and I, and 2 people came. One was Mr. Hegarty. That resulted in this item agenda about the CPC article. And then also Leah Anderson came, Emerson,
Right.
who I'm very impressed with, and just gave us kind of an overview of some of the things that she's working on. So that's a short little capsule there.
So for the audience, who is she?
Our EDC coordinator, who's been on the position for maybe, 3 months, 4 months, since July.
Good.
Okay. Sam, do you want to give a report on the golf course?
Yes, quick report. Golf season is now over, end of November. Golf course continues to break all records, best year ever in terms of revenue, which is almost $680,000 for the year. Approximately $91,000 returned to the town over the fees to the management company. And that money has gone back into improvements in the course, things like signage, and we've moved some tee boxes, done some screening to keep fewer balls on Lattisquama. We've had issues in terms of the neighborhood there, and hopefully we will continue to make those kind of improvements. Doing a lot of good work in terms of league play. There's a women's league that plays on Mondays that's been very popular. We have 30, 40 women who show up and play on Mondays, which is very exciting. Turned out to be a great recreational asset for the town. Working with the recreation department, looking for some other uses, maybe potentially cross-country skiing in the winter, snowshoeing, et cetera. So again, next big project is irrigation for part of the course that's now not covered as well as it needs to be to expand the season some. So we continue to expect that we'll be increasing usage and revenue going forward. So great success so far. Thanks to the management company, which has done a great job. The golf committee has been very helpful in terms of providing feedback to the management company, and we expect continued great things there. So thanks to all who have been involved in that.
Kathy, MSBA.
So today, the MSBA met and voted to select our designer for our Neary building project. There were 3 candidates, and the firm that won was Arrow Street. It's one word, Arrowstreet. The one that, so the way this worked, there were, I think, 14 votes. We had 3 of them, and MSBA had 11. So our first choice was not their first choice, but it's fine. They were all close, so we think Arrow Street's going to be a good candidate. And the next step is to negotiate a contract and put them to work. So we are definitely making progress as far as the next step in that.
Great. Vanessa, would you like to give an update on the Tricentennial Committee?
Thank you. I just want to report to the board, the Tricentennial Committee has now met several times. Mr. Dunnington is the select board rep. We're at full staff on the committee now, which is great. And, in some of their most recent discussions, they've talked about research we've all done. Everyone took a couple of different towns to look at what other communities have done for their celebrations, what kind of money, they fundraise for. So we're gathering a lot of information on that front and brainstorming about a lot of ideas. We are in the process of drafting a letter to local organizations and other town departments and town officials to make sure everyone has an opportunity to present some suggestions to the committee. And we're penciling in 2 articles for this town meeting. One to receive funds that the committee fundraises for, and one to provide some seed money to the committee as we develop, more fuller plans and get a little bit deeper into the fundraising portion of the project.
Okay.
Oh, Vanessa, I had a question.
That's okay.
Sorry. Mark was just signaling he had a couple of things he wanted to mention, so sorry.
Finish with Vanessa.
Will you have a 5013C for a fundraising entity, or how
We
do you?
didn't get that deep into it, but that will be one of my questions.
The town is a 501c3, Marguerite, so any contributions to the town.
But I mean, but won't go into like a general fund or something?
I think there will be a portion that anything that's funded through a warrant article would be part of the general fund. We haven't gotten that deep into the 501c3 discussion yet. That's on the table.
The town's already a 501c3. You don't need a separate 501c3.
Yeah.
So you don't want to go there.
One other quick question, can you use CPA funds for this?
That came up briefly, and that's something we want to research further. I don't know the answer to that right now.
It's not immediately obvious from the,
Pardon?
it's not immediately obvious from the CPA language, but
Historic,
maybe.
Preservation of
I don't know that it fits.
Yeah, I don't know.
canon.
Good question.
or
That's what I was
something
doing on my fingers.
of that nature.
Recreation, open space,
Housing.
historical.
Yeah.
I think it's up to how much CPC wants to round the corners
Yeah.
of what can fit into a bucket.
Yep.
Excellent questions for our next meeting.
I've got a historic tractor you could renovate.
You can be in the parade. Just,
Oh, I want to be.
yeah, just a couple of quick items. First, a comment to Ms. Cook's report on MSBA. I was fortunate enough to represent the district with the superintendent and with Roger Challen. Very interesting process. We had 3 great finalists, and as we continued to say this morning, we really couldn't lose with a decision. I think the town will be served very well with Arrow Street. So I appreciate being part of it. Again, you learned an awful lot, and to see some of the potential designs and things they're looking at kind of makes you excited about what the project, could turn into.
Mark, was it a split vote or basically unanimous?
It was, so you vote for your first, second, and third, and they need to have a, so the.
Ranked choice
So the
voting.
first,
3,
so the
2,
first
1.
vote was so Arrow Street, which was the one was selected, had 33 votes. Studio G, which was number 2, had 31.
Ooh, was Studio G the town's choice?
No,
No,
Lamar
the third
Pagano
one.
was the town's choice. They had 20.
But they did say, that, and Mark knows, I'm repeating,
Yeah.
all I'm doing is seconding what he's told me and what Jason told me, that one of the issues probably with the one we wanted is that MSBA had already awarded them 2 contracts recently, so I think they were afraid they may be a little bit overloaded. But they got this letter out today. I mean, they're good.
Fast.
Yeah, they've moved very quickly, so we've moved quickly, they've matched us.
Good, thank you.
Just two quick items in the spirit of giving. And we did mention it tonight, and, now the chiefs are gone. But I do want to acknowledge our public safety. I do want to acknowledge our DPW over the past 24 hours. They did a tremendous amount of work. If you saw, there was a post that fire department put up on Facebook. In a 24-hour period, they had 23 storm-related calls for trees, wires, and flooding. We do have some weather station equipment up on top of the public safety facility. It recorded 3.88 inches of rain, and at 9 a.m. yesterday, they recorded wind speeds of 50 miles an hour in town. So this was fairly significant. I know that the departments appreciate each other. Very nice note from Chief Newell to Bill Cundiff, letting him know the crews did a great job and made the police job a lot easier responding to some of these things. So
Mark?
again, kudos to
Mark?
the departments.
Could I add a comment to that?
Sure.
I actually was driving yesterday around, and I had the opportunity mid-afternoon as things were winding down to drive by the library, and I looked at the parking lot in the library around where the usual puddles occur and the flooding occurs.
Yeah.
And it was basically bone dry, which I was stunned by.
My understanding for the town buildings, and even for this building, where we don't really have a roof right now,
Yeah.
that's going to be
Yep.
beginning in
Yep.
earnest, over the next week. Very little water, if any, in the buildings. I know library took, I think, a small amount in the kitchenette area. And as I was told, if they'd left those bushes there and not taken them out, maybe they wouldn't have had any.
But the
But it's-
stormwater issues.
The
apparently
stormwater issues
taken care of.
are.
But is that not proof in the putting as far as
It
the
absolutely
changes and the
is.
improvements?
It absolutely is. That has
Great.
made a tremendous difference with the stormwater improvements that were put in as part of this project have made. The second piece, I just want to acknowledge Katie Berry and Melanie Otska with much assist from Vanessa Hale for putting together the holiday party today. I could not participate fully, although they did feed me. But Melanie had created a photo booth, which if you walk in downstairs in the treasurer's office, they have that. The employees were taking pictures and everything with, and we had food and a lot of good cheer. So I really appreciate them for helping to shepherd to put this together. It's a great effort, and I know people appreciate it. So thank you.
Good.
Okay, I think that brings us to the consent agenda. I'm going to hold H. Are there any other holds?
Small one on A.
E and F.
So what do we have, E, F, and H,
A,
and A?
E, F, and H.
so I move that the board approve consent agenda items B, C, D, G, I, and J.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay. Sam, you have some edits to the
A.
December.
Yeah, 12.5, line 123, second try, spell Phea, Phaea. That's it.
I move that the board approve the open session minutes for December 5, 2023 as amended.
Second.
All those in favor? E. Who held?
No, I held it only because we have a guest here who represents somebody who has some concerns about the contract. So if you'd like to address us, sir? You have to,
Up to the table.
Good evening. My name is Drew Hoyt.
I think you need a
Is your
volume
mic?
fix on you. I'm seeing Vanessa from the.
It's better? Okay. Sorry. Again, my name is Drew Hoyt. I'm an attorney. I represent Cape Cod Builders. Cape Cod Builders was the low bidder on the, sorry, I left my paper at my chair, the
Breakneck.
Breakneck. dumping site cleanup project. I received over the weekend a copy of a memorandum from Conservation Department, to my surprise, recommending that the job not be awarded to Cape Cod Builders, but rather to be awarded to another bidder whose bid was about roughly $350,000 higher. That's obviously a concern. Concern was compounded by the fact that Cape Cod Builders has, over the past weeks, been proactively trying to reach out to the Conservation Department to answer any concerns, address any questions, and as reported to me, was basically given the, no questions were asked, no concerns were raised, and the impression was given that, it was going to be smooth sailing towards an award to the low bidder. So, in the brief time between receiving that report and with the, and where I live in Foxborough, we were out of power all yesterday and good part of today. So, but, in the time that I had, I went through the memo and spoke with my client about it, and the client has a lot of concerns about the report and the recommendation and the statements underlying the recommendation, et cetera, that he would like a chance to address. And my request for tonight was simply that the board not, include this in a blanket approval on the consent agenda, but to set aside a little bit, well, number one, to postpone any decision on it, and to give my client and myself a chance to, speak with staff, speak with Mr. Purple and the conservation staff to try to address, issues that they had raised in their report, which mostly were along the lines of, XYZ is unclear. It's unclear about this project that Cape Cod Builders had done, and this other project was unclear, and, those things are easily clarified if we were given the opportunity to do that. And to demonstrate that Cape Cod Builders is indeed the lowest eligible and responsible bidder, and, that should be awarded the contract, prevent the town from spending hundreds of thousands of dollars it doesn't need to spend. And, my client is hopeful and confident that when everything is, on the table and those conversations happen, that they'll be awarded the contract, and we'll be happy to do a good job for the town and get the work done timely and on budget. So really all I was asking for tonight was to give a couple of weeks for my client to have those conversations, and for the board to come back and revisit this at its next meeting, not make a hasty decision. I'm happy to answer any questions.
So I've read the summary memo from the Conservation Commission, and I understand that this matter has been reviewed by Mr. Tallerman's office. I'm comfortable with the process the town has followed, so I'm prepared to accept the recommendation the Conservation Commission has given us and keep moving forward on this.
The only thing I would, if I may, just a relevant piece of information. I have been directed that, if the board proceeds on this record to make this decision to file a lawsuit and request an injunction, and obviously that's, sure it's not your first rodeo with any of that, but, just so you're aware that that's, the next step. We're really just asking for an opportunity to, clarify what we think are a lot of erroneous and incomplete findings in the report. And, as the board that's to make the decision, it seems to me that you ought to not be making your decision on a mere summary of the record, but that at a minimum you ought to have been presented with the record itself.
Anyone else want to speak to this?
Yeah, a comment. Thank you, Andrew. I guess it is not the select board's job to go through these bids in terms of details and so forth, so I have not read all the responses. I actually do have great confidence in our Conservation Department staff to be thorough and accurate in terms of evaluation of these kinds of things. And as I reviewed the summary, frankly, I was struck by the number of contradictions, inconsistencies, concerns in there that gave me great pause in terms of confidence that this particular bid would be an attractive one, even though the price was attractive, certainly. So again, I have confidence in the conservation assessment, and I feel comfortable that the right decision, right recommendation was made here. So, it would be unfortunate to wind up with litigation, but if that's what's required, that for me is the right answer. So, that's my view.
I understand the respect for the board, and obviously that's why what I'm suggesting is that I think what was to me anomalous in this fact pattern as presented to me was the effort by my client to reach out to the staff to address issues that were rebuffed. And my suggestion is not that you take the decision out of the hand of your board or not listen to your board's recommendations. What I'm suggesting is that the board's recommendation was one that was made without the benefit of my client's attempts to answer the very questions that they're citing as being unanswered as the basis for their particular recommendation.
But we do a lot of this stuff, and again, your client has had their chance to answer the questions. And so it's not a circular process in the sense of going through every bid and saying, oh, here's a question we have, you didn't answer it, can you answer it, kind of thing. We take the bid in its entirety. Were the questions answered to our satisfaction? And this assessment reflects that view from the conservation staff. And again, the expectation is not that you go through a cycle of question and answer and refine the process. You've got a chance to answer. If you answer it satisfactorily, great. If you don't, then we go on and look for somebody else. So I don't feel that there's any need to continue to cycle on this based on the expectation that you got the bid package, you do your response, and we base a decision based on those answers. And to me, the answer is very clear here. So again, I have no appetite
I completely agree.
going back again.
Yes?
So I only held this to give the gentleman an opportunity to speak. I think I concur with the board.
Marguerite?
I concur with the board. I think that the conservation vetted the applications thoroughly, and what I saw as the feedback was that some of the information wasn't given correctly on the application. Phone numbers were not correct, phone numbers and dates of projects were not given. So I think that it would be a good idea to go with conservation's decision on this.
Okay. So I move that the board, approve awarding the contract for the Breakneck Hill Farm Dump Cleanup Project to Strategic Environmental Services in the amount presented in our packet.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Then you got to approve the next one, too. He held two of them.
Yeah, that's something different, though.
It is.
It didn't have the same concern.
Yeah,
It is.
that one.
Oh, so we have,
I held F as well, so.
Yeah, we've engaged an LSP, thank you. We've engaged a
Hi, Jay.
licensed site professional to assist us with this project. They had a number of tasks. We only approved the first two, to get us to this point, but now that we're entering into, which would get us to bidding, now that we're entering into the construction phase, we need to approve the remainder of the tasks. That was the purpose of.
Sort of management of the process, basically.
Okay, can we explain this further? So this company manages the contractor?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Confirms, basically, DEP has had a series of requirements here. And so this contractor is confirming that what the cleanup contractor is doing is satisfactory to fill the DEP requirements relative to the site. It's a little crazy, but you got to do both to finally get it done.
Okay.
So I move that we approve tasks for LSP for Breakneck Hill remediation as shown in item F.
Second.
All those in favor? Yeah, and the executive session minutes, once you table it, you just
Yeah.
discuss it later at an executive session. Okay, so now we're getting towards the finish line. I think let's take discussion of South Union School Committee charge. Okay, all right. Or do you want to just go to the building fees? Because I know Mr. Burlingame's here.
I'd rather postpone the building fees until January 2nd, but that's one opinion. I haven't looked at I still have questions on them, so I'm going to not approve them. I can tell you that.
Okay.
If we do it January 2nd, it still will be in time for the whole year.
Okay.
Yeah, I have questions about the reinstatement fee, and basically, I understand the concept, but I'm also curious about the impact of that on people. And
we've never had that fee before.
Yeah, originally, I saw that explained as an opportunity to generate additional fees, which I think is not the right view of this.
No, I think the way that, so the memo looks different than it did before.
Yeah, right.
And I think the way that it is presented in this memo is probably more accurate. If we have permits that have not, that for whatever reason have not been closed out, people have let them lapse. And it's more cost efficient to the contractor, to the homeowner, to allow a reopening fee than applying for an entirely new permit. So I think it's a little more fair, in that respect. It will generate, some level of revenue. You can't go out that way. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, it's locked. I'm just trying to prevent you from. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, you can come back up the other way, though. No, you can go right out. Yeah.
And then down the stairs.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So that's essentially, the rationale for that. But I'm happy to hold this until January 1st if we want to have more of a Q&A.
And I have less concern about the actual fees in terms of being comparable to
Right.
other communities. And I also applaud the effort to go back through the outstanding permits and try to sort out which ones should have been closed out, so we sort of clean out
Right.
the backlog.
I agree with that, so I applaud this whole effort, so don't think that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's definitely going in the right direction, but just a little bit more time, please.
Yeah, no, I think that's fine. So like I said, if you do have specific questions, feel free to either reach out to me, reach out directly to Case, and, we can get those answered before the January meeting. Okay.
Okay, so South Union School Committee charge. Next steps. The reason why I put this on the agenda is, from the last years, we've been talking about kind of two separate but very related things, right? Having a committee, and we talked about that over at least 3 meetings to put together the charge of this committee, and I look back again at the charge, and we've also talked about this expression of interest that St. Matthew's Church had put in about their interest in the building. I continue to think that, the interest that we had from the church is something that is very interesting, but I understand, lot of people, I think, when we were talking about maybe bringing that as early as a annual town meeting in March, felt that this was being rushed, take more time to consider it, and it's also, kind of inconsistent with the fact that we have put together this committee charge, which we talked about for 3 meetings. So I think one of the things that we can do is that we could, recruit and put people on the committee that we've already voted to establish. And we could also continue to explore the other opportunity that we have that potentially leads to, a broader RFP process. And then some point later in this year, we don't know exactly what the committee would come back with. I still think that what we had originally asked for is an interim report by January 1st, 2024. That's not going to happen. The charge expiring on June 30th, I think that's should still hold. We can do kind of 2 things at once, I think. So, I guess, curious what the board thinks of that, and if there's any other, changes we would make in this committee charge. I think we could just adjust some of the dates. And, the committee could also maybe be useful in also helping with an RFP process as well. Sam?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, one of the strong messages that we've heard is that the community wants to be involved with this. And it seems to me that it's an important part of the overall process. And so I would be concerned about waiting until the St. Matthews issue somehow becomes clearer. It may, for example, not happen with St. Matthews, and then we've lost time. And even if it does happen with St. Matthews, I think getting input from the community, particularly the local community around that part of town, is very important and can be part of a St. Matthews deal if that should come to fruition. So I don't see any reason to not move forward with the committee and let them begin to take a look at not only the St. Matthews option, but other possible uses for the property as well. So I don't think we ought to constrain that. And I think that it'd be valuable to keep it on a relatively tight timeline. So probably, I guess in June 30th or something like that, having some sort of a report by then, I think, is not unrealistic. I mean, it could take a long time, but I think there's value in having at least a first pass relatively soon. 6 months seems to me to be a reasonable time period here. And if they need more time, that's something that we can consider, for example. But I like having the committee in place, basically, to start working.
Marguerite?
I support this. I think June 30th sounds like a good date. I'd suggest the interim report on March 15th and the final report on June 1st. Does that sound right?
Why not June 30th?
Okay, June 30th.
So what about so there's a sentence that says the committee shall make an interim report to the select board no later than January 1st. If you just change that to
March 15th?
March 15th, and then just take out in an
Can we
interim-
change it to the Ides of March?
Very inauspicious.
Let's not.
And just take out the part about an interim recommendation? You would have
Well, are you just asking for a final report, or do you want an interim and
Just a
final?
the March 15 is just kind of a check-in, and then,
Yes, interim on March 15, and then final, and a final recommendation on June 30th?
I don't think we're going to have a final. I think it's going to be a summary of the working of the committee's thoughts and recommendations at that point. It's not going to be
Okay,
definitive.
and a summary of committees.
And
Yeah.
any
And
recommendations.
recommendations.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think this will work fine.
Any other questions, comments?
Any changes in the committee membership? I don't think so.
Are there any hands raised on the online audience? Okay. All right.
Hey, this is Bea, 32 Highland Street. Just want to say this sounds great. Thanks you all so much. Very excited. That's all.
Okay. I'll take it.
Thank you. It's unanimous.
All right. So do we need to, do you think, take a vote or?
Wouldn't hurt.
Okay. So I move that we amend the 21 Highland Future Use Committee charge to provide that there'll be an interim report to the Select Board no later than March 15, and a final report no later than June 30, 2024.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, wait, I think you're going to get a no.
June 30, 2024.
Right.
Do we have a
What,
no?
what, Kathy?
She just didn't vote.
I'm abstaining because I don't support the committee, so I'm not going to worry about the.
All right.
Okay.
The way, when Marty was on the board, he would vote with emojis, remember? So if he, what he did like there, he would say, he would vote like yes with smile, frown face or something. It was just a funny thing.
Whatever.
I understand the dilemma that you're in. 410. It's a protest.
401.
I'm not protesting.
No.
I'm just not vote, talking, you guys wanted the committee, so I'm not going to tell you how to do a committee that I'm not supporting of.
From
That would
a
be-
process standpoint,
We need to start recruiting for it.
need to get moving.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think we have one volunteer at least, so maybe two.
Okay. Before we get to department accomplishments, we're getting to the point where we're going to start, filling out the a draft warrant. Mark, do you think that, when do you think you would be able to, for our meeting, have it? Just, even if it's just rough, bullet points?
Next meeting.
Next meeting? Okay.
Next meeting, I can try and have something that sort of resembles a warrant, but without the language and the
Okay,
budget.
Next meeting is January 2nd.
Correct?
Next Monday is Christmas.
Correct.
I assume you're taking a little time off, so you're asking.
It's going to be quiet at the end of next week, so,
Okay.
Yeah.
It could be just a bullet point list.
yeah. I already have a bullet point list. I just want to I want to start fleshing it out into the document, so. But I'm not putting article numbers on there because people get beholden to the numbers that they're given, and then when you change and move things around, then all of a sudden the number changes and it upsets the apple cart. So there'll be no numbers, just issues. Yeah.
All right. So,
So yes.
Sam, do you want to give an overview of the?
Yep.
And we put in the packet, it was late, my fault in that. I got it out by Monday, I think.
Yep, the packet supplement.
Yes.
This is, again, a continuation of the summary from our last meeting, and that we appear to be on track, particularly thanks to Mr. Litt's efforts to create documents, not only the overview document that's in the packet, the packet supplement, but the warrant articles to do two things: to allow get town meeting's approval for the select board to petition the legislature to amend the special act of 1991 that created DPW, and to fix several things. One is to make the tree warden not the select board, which we all appreciate. And second, to abolish the Public Works Planning Board. And third, to do some housekeeping, referring to the selectmen, now the select board. And then the second piece of the process is to actually create a new Public Works Advisory Committee as a town committee by bylaw that, again, would advise the DPW superintendent on a variety of topics. And he is on board with that concept, and so we're working to, again, make that happen so he can do that. That committee would be launched when the special act becomes law, which at the earliest is probably late 2024, we're guessing, but well, maybe earliest July 1, I guess. But because if town meeting votes to approve our ability to request that of the legislature, we can do that shortly thereafter, end of March, early April. And the legislature theoretically could act, within a month or two. This is apparently a low enough profile thing that's not going to make anybody too upset. Just a matter of getting it in the queue and getting our legislators to push it, which we're optimistic that they will do. But sometimes those things happen more slowly. So whenever that special act amendment takes place, then the new Public Works Advisory Committee can be put in place, and we're basically then with a structure that I think is going to be a lot more functional to help support our new DPW superintendent. So that's the concept, and we've got the language in the packet for people to review, but I don't think there's anything controversial, but I or Mr. Litt would be happy to answer questions about it.
It's really late. So quickly, when are you going to flush out the new tree warden?
We're still having conversations about that, so probably, I'm guessing, within the next few weeks here.
Okay.
There's some differences of opinion about that. I think Mr. Cundiff is actually got some ideas that he wants to discuss with the planning board about that. So clearly it's important that the planning board is on board with this. So
yes,
we will work on making that happen. Looks like Mr. Litt has a comment, so.
Tim Litt, Woodland Road. Yes, the question of what the new tree warden looks like is the open question. It doesn't impact directly the two articles that we'd like you to put in the warrant to free you of this. The new tree warden discussion will, I think, impact the budget.
Right.
And so that's why there's some urgency in sorting it out. As of this afternoon, I have a little bit more material on what's going on, what the considerations are for the new tree warden. I'd be happy to send that out to you folks, and I'll take comments back that might help help us as we try and sort this out. It's a multidimensional problem. I'm sorry, opportunity and challenge.
With no obvious solution.
Well, once upon a time, I worked on
a lot of data. That's right.
Once upon a time, I worked on a program, and we had these status meetings. There were like 30-odd components to the project, and at 8 o'clock, at 7:45 every morning, everyone would stand up one after the other and say, hello, my name is, I represent, and my problem is. So at one point, the program manager said, we're not allowed to talk about problems, we're only allowed to talk about challenges and opportunities from here on out. It did not shorten the meeting.
And the meetings didn't get any shorter, that's right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and thank you very much.
Yeah, and if you have any questions from what was circulated, please send them sooner.
When I saw it, all looked very
yeah.
good.
Tim, I ditto, thank you, and I know Bill Cundiff has enjoyed working with you. I heard that straight from him, so good job.
And Debbie DeMuria from the Planning Board has been part of this process
Yes.
as well. She couldn't be with us tonight, but she's been involved actively. So.
All right, what about we just table the discussion about the CPC?
Yes, please do.
All right. Well, we're now at the part of the agenda item where we go over our town department accomplishments. It's, we've got at least a couple of people here and hopefully some people left in the audience, but, so this is our opportunity where we want to,
I'm sorry, the Community Preservation Committee supermajority requirement?
Yeah, we're going to table
we're
that.
just going to table it because it's
Okay,
late.
sorry.
and it's-
It is late, obviously.
Yeah. It's not urgent at all.
No.
So, this is an opportunity where we get to recognize and appreciate the accomplishments that different town departments have made. So I'll first begin with the Select Board office.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
You've heard me rail about this sort of thing in the past, and I'm very appreciative of the fine work that our employees do, but I see no benefit to, it's 10:30, I have an 8:30 shop C meeting and an 11:30 meeting where I'm looking for properties for the Affordable Housing Trust, and I'd like to go to bed. To be blunt, I see no value in in having the select board read this list. I'm ever so appreciative of the work, but I just don't see the value of us reciting this document.
I disagree, Al.
I do too. We've asked them to do this, and we do this every year, so I think.
So look, how about this?
People do
I can
watch
do
the
this
meetings.
quickly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do this quickly.
I agree, go quick.
You know, we're talking about people that have, these things are here, it means 15 or 20 minutes more of our time, but some of this is actually a lot of people's time, so I'm happy to, so.
And
so
people
with
do watch this meeting.
Yes.
On YouTube
Yes.
later, so I think
Okay.
it's important to get.
So for the first bullet, I think
I
is something
yield.
that is, we should definitely recognize, because going back for several years, we've talked about, okay, what are ways that the town can proactively try to get kind of word of what's going on and some progress out in a more proactive way, and I think townhouse staff worked very, what do you say? You know, you took, yeah, creatively, and took the bull by the horns in the,
Collaboratively.
yes, collaboratively, yeah, the bi-weekly newsletter, I think it's great, you know, we can help try to just get it out there, so really appreciate that, and definitely Katie Berry deserves some recognition for her creativity in putting it together. Also, Vanessa, particularly, and we had a lot of vacancies and recruitment going on this year. So this is a pretty long list. Benefits and payroll coordinator, building department, business administrator, building commissioner, assistant town accountant, DPW superintendent, EDC coordinator, maintenance technician, police lieutenant, and assisted with multiple searches in the library. So that's a lot of time where it's all.
We didn't add fire chief.
Oh, okay, yep, that's the next one. Executed approximately $2.4 million in ARPA disbursements, so that's just recognizing you for the fact, you know, it's easy for us to say, oh, yep, we approve this. There's a lot of behind-the-scenes work of, with all the regulations, making sure we comply with it and following through to a conclusion. And on employee relations, this is another thing that's been on, you know, goal-setting things for years, making progress. It held the first ever employee training on DEI with a focus on understanding unconscious bias and microaggressions. Continued tradition of an annual employee recognition event with good attendance, and that's another thing where it's wasn't always a regular thing, and now we're making it a regular thing. That's good, and takes planning to do all this. And also want to thank you for working with Labor Council and the Personnel Board to put together our first ever employee handbook. That's another thing where I can remember going back, people have said for a long time, let's put together an employee handbook. That takes some work to do, so thank you for doing that.
County?
Yeah.
So I'm going way off script here. They did not give themselves credit for the stuff that they did. So I'm going to start with audit. Remember when the audit partner came and just raved about the results here, everything that was done. We got a totally clean opinion, not one exception to any of the tests they did, which is so unusual. So do not forget that night that he came here and talked about a good team. I'm going to talk about the team. Brian Ballantyne and Colin McAuliffe are just pleasures to deal with, totally responsive, whatever you need. Great team. We've got a new assistant town accountant. That's great. Heidi retired, so they did point that out. We are about to embark willingly on a management and financial review from the DOR. They went right along with that, too. So just a pleasure to deal with. We ended up with $2.4 million of free cash. We ended up with a final tax rate that was very close, $13.91 compared to $13.92 from what we told town meeting, and we wouldn't have done that at all without Carla and Brian's hard work. So they need a whole lot of applause for what they do here. So beat that.
I think I'm up.
You are.
So this is the building department. They talked about their 40B projects. working closely with 3 large 40B projects, multiple meetings and correspondence with the engineers, architects, owners, lawyers, and department heads occurred to keep the projects under discussion and intricate plan reviews being hyper-focused on building and zoning code compliance. It streamlined the department, collecting and organizing data to ensure fee schedule forms, documents, permits are efficiently and effectively administered, and then they developed relationships with boards, working closely with the town boards such as SPAC and the planning board to ensure that items under jurisdiction of the building and or zoning are being performed as outlined in the zoning bylaw.
I'm just going to quickly amplify that. So I remember when I was the ZBA, I was on the ZBA, and when I was chair, I worked very closely with, the assistant to the building commissioner. This is a big deal when a 40B application comes in. This doubles, triples the amount of work that people have to do. You have to deal with a ton of paperwork, dealing with applicants, sometimes lawyers, and also trying to be proactive and get information out to the community. And I think that we're doing a really good job there, so we should definitely recognize that. I mean, that's something that kind of changes your working world for the year, where you suddenly get 3 40Bs all at once.
And I think we should acknowledge too, we've completely turned over that building team this year. All new.
Yep.
So,
And Andrew, on the 40Bs, ZBA building has to work together with planning, conservation.
Yeah.
And others to coordinate all of that activity. So that's a massive job for any of those.
A lot of, where do I find this, where do I find this, where do I find
Yep.
this? That's the person's job to make it available.
And in connection with that, Melissa Danza in her 2-page report points out how great Laura Davis is and all the
Yes.
stuff that she's done, gives her kudos in her whole paragraph as far as the work she's done since she has been hired.
You're up, Sam.
No, it's Marguerite.
Marguerite,
Where am I?
You're doing council on aging.
Council on Aging.
I do not have this page. Okay, Council on Aging. Completed tentative plans to furnish and utilize the new rooms which are being built. I'm working with the new staff at Colonial Gardens to provide monthly programming and services to over 60 of our senior residents, and has focused on excellent collaborative efforts to meet the needs of vulnerable seniors and caregivers with both the police and fire department liaisons in collaboration with protective services.
All right, so for the DPW, I'm going to begin with the last bullet point, because that's the one I'm probably the most familiar with. The DPW successfully completed a lot of paving projects this year, and remember, this was one of the first year we went through the process, right, where the capital CIPC kind of had this whole process to put together recommendations of what roads should be paved, and then also starting to develop the GIS system. It's beta, right?
Beta.
Okay,
correct.
yep. So
Consultants,
this has been in process for a long time, and kudos to Bill for working with others to get that moving. That's going to help us in the future. Highway Department of DPW created a DOD-compliant CDL training program under the new federal regulations, so that saves, the in-house training saves $8,000 to $10,000 per candidate. The Grounds Department worked to provide exceptional playing services for youth soccer and Trotter Middle School athletics by aggressively top-seeding fields, and this reduces compaction and lowers the risk of injuries. Water Department continued their valve exercising program, which ensures proper functioning of valves while identifying repairs the crews need to make, and is involved with the use of technology to make it more efficient while reducing fatigue on employees. And onboarded 2 new Highway Department employees along with a new Water Department employee, bringing 25 years of combined public works experience to our group. And that was, if you remember from January, during our whole interview process for the new DPW superintendent, that was one of the questions, that was like the height maybe of the very, very, very tight labor market, to the point where we had signs on the street advertising DPW positions, so that's good, that, kudos to, everyone, I guess, Abdul, Mark, Vanessa, Bill, for getting all those people on board.
Well, not only that, they operated without a DPW superintendent for 6 months, and they implemented a whole new
Yes.
water rate structure. So again, they've left out stuff too.
Yeah, that's right, I remember that,
Can
that
I-
was a couple,
Tammy and Jean down there holding down the fort for a lot of things.
yes.
Health Department continued to execute on the grant for future sustainable department structure with ongoing assessment of public health regionalization. Work with the community members in St. Mark's Church for the permitting and opening of the free fridge, which, by the way, our garden supports. Participated in the FDA's voluntary national retail food regulatory program, meeting the 3 of the 9 standards in 1 year, and distributed over 490 doses of free Narcan to the community, and along with naloxone training through the Southborough Health Department and the Greater Boroughs Partnership for Health.
And I got the planning department, 3 major areas they've highlighted. One is the MBTA communities issues. Second is the Open Space Preservation Committee work with the evaluating open space. And the third is Tree City. For the MBTA communities thing, we've seen a lot of publicity about focus groups and planning for that implementation of the new state law. And the planning board has led that charge using a variety of consultants to help resources, things like the Citizens Housing and Planning Association and Mass Housing Partnership, understand the law. They've gained a $20,000 grant for technical support for this process, hired Bowler Engineering to help with the mapping process that we've had several focus groups for to decide where these MBTA community zoning overlays are going to go. It's a very interesting process, some tight requirements, and a lot of different opinions on that. And we're working toward a final proposal for town meeting to vote for a zoning overlay, which, again, we've got to do by the end of 2024. So a lot of time pressure, a lot of complex moving parts on that one that many people have strong feelings about. In terms of the Open Space Preservation Committee work, the town has a variety of open space that have been specified, and typically for subdivision developments, over many decades. And not surprisingly, as development occurs, people encroach on that open space. So the planning board's going through a process of determining where those encroachments are, working with property owners to get people to leave open space. Extreme case, I think one case, a house was built on open space. So we, that's called a minor encroachment. But it is important, again, we work hard, there are bylaws that require open space.
Talk about doing your title search.
That's right. So.
I've got a question this, there was no title.
Yeah. But again, the issue simply is you need to manage this. Open space is important. Let's make sure we're taking advantage of it, protecting it appropriately. And Planning Board, again, is working on that process, which is exactly what they should be doing. And third, Tree City USA. We are a Tree City USA. You've got to recertify yourself every 5 years. We're coming up on that. So that sponsors things like Arbor Day celebrations and a variety of other activities. And again, important to maintain that certification, and that's one of the initiatives the Planning Board continues to work on. So good work on all of those.
Okay, police, these are all really good ones. So they applied for and received $250,000 in grants. That's a lot of money. They have, as everybody knows, implemented the first ever Southborough Police Department satellite office at Finn. They have implemented the Southborough Police Department first ever body-worn cameras, very big deal, as we know. They have also expanded and implemented even more community policing events in the Southborough community this year. So good things, and I would add to that, they have done a very good job of promotions internally. We've got a new chief from internal ranks that then opened up lieutenant. We promoted sergeant to lieutenant. Then we promoted two people to the 2 sergeant positions vacated by Sean McCarthy and Keith Witt is retiring. So they were able to promote very well from inside.
Great. Recreation next. This year, Recreation Department programs brought in 3,686 registrations for programming across the town, which is a 14% increase over 2022. And after years of activity and various back and forth actions, Calander Field was actively reopened, officially reopened, for use by the public and youth sports. As you recall, that had a drainage problem from lots of water coming down off of the Carriage Hill property there. That apparently has now been rectified, and the field is usable, which is great news. The Recreation Department, based on generous donations and grant funding, has installed automated electronic defibrillators at a variety of outdoor fields, including DePetrie Field, Richardson Tennis Courts, Neary Field, Trottier Track and Field, 9/11 Memorial Field, and Woodward Choate Fields. These devices can save lives on the scene there when somebody actually has a cardiac event. Very important. And in our community, there are a variety of programs that teach people how to use those, so the chance that somebody locally will know how to use it is increasing every year. So great safety feature and great initiative on part of REC to actually get those installed, so thank you.
Where are we at?
Youth and family.
Youth and Family Services, okay, I'll make it quick, but there's a lot of wonderful things. As part of the Encompass Coalition, our Youth and Families was awarded a $625,000 grant with the town of Southborough and Northrow splitting it over 3 years, and it was for drug-free communities, which is a wonderful grant to have, as we know. They assisted the refugee families at the Red Roof Inn that were mostly Haitian. They came with nothing, and it's mentioned that this emphasizes the need for language interpretation services in town, which is also good. Acquired a HIPAA-compliant electronic health record system, which is also excellent, and a HIPAA-compliant database after several years of looking to find one that would suit their needs. They also hosted a principal research scholar, Jay Otto, from Montana State, to train 30 individuals from 6 communities on positive cultural frameworks, which is part of the DEI work that they continue to do. The other thing I'd like to mention about Youth and Families is they continued to offer sterling and generous and readily available counseling to residents of the town, and also assistance in navigating assistance programs that can be so complicated for individuals who need it. And the last the last department I'd like to talk about is the library department.
Can I do one more youth and family services for
Yes,
the library?
please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So we just finished the Winter Wishes program that the 501c3 works with the department, and we were able to provide holiday gifts, other needs for 130 people in Southborough. We raised everything we needed. Everybody got what they asked for, so we were able to do that. We also provided camperships this summer for every single child that applied for that for the whole summer, which was the first time we've done that. We used to do 2 weeks, but they got 8 weeks. So they had a very good year as far as being able to provide things for children that everybody else takes for granted.
That's spectacular.
Okay, sorry, Marguerite.
It really
Back
is.
to
No,
work.
and now, for the library, Ryan gave me 3 things that he wanted to emphasize. There's a new website that started in October. It's got new software. It's going to make taking things out of the library much easier, especially if you're doing it remotely. Security cameras were installed with facilities and custom alarm inside the library. And then the number 3 thing that Ryan mentioned was, a patron had mentioned there weren't any books in Spanish, so this precipitated now putting in a Spanish-English book section in the library, and hopefully to expand to other bilingual sections so that people who are interested in literature in other languages can have access to that. So,
Okay, and conservation? Several points here. Stormwater and erosion control bylaw. Concom worked diligently to amend and replace the previously existing stormwater and erosion control bylaw. We had got approval for that at recent town meeting and needed to update that for current regulations. So again, now we're up to date in terms of state and other requirements for this particular bylaw, which is a lot of work, and again, great to get that in place. Wetland and floodplain overlay district, we worked with the state, Concom worked with the state, and the administrator worked with the state to update the existing bylaw to be compliant with state and federal requirements. And one change tasked the conservation agent to be designated as the floodplain administrator for the town and working toward being a certified floodplain manager. Again, a lot of federal and state regulations relative to floodplains, which are important for insurance regulations and insurance ratings and building requirements. You can't build in floodplains. So critical to get that update, and now we're headed toward being in good shape with that. Topic near and dear to us, the Breakneck Hill Farm Dump. We have made great progress in terms of now, as folks have heard earlier this evening, awarding a contract to do the cleanup. Gone through lots of activities to hire the consultant to help monitor that process. Some issues dealing with the abutters to that project that have been resolved. Getting an agreement with DEP to define what we need to do with it, which has been a critical element there. So again, major progress on that one. Permitting process changes and upgrades. Conservation agent and assistant have migrated the permitting to Viewpoint, where they can currently apply for building permits, so a more consolidated permitting process, which is helpful to applicants as well as to town staff to keep track of what's going on. And let's see, permitting closeout and ongoing compliance. Again, sort of an administrative process to track permits to make sure that things are closed out properly and requirements are met, and anything that needs to be followed up on is followed up on. So I view this sort of an administrative process that is important not only for the town but for applicants to make sure that all the requirements are met. I'll make an editorial comment. We have a great staff in the conservation world. Melissa Danza does an outstanding job. Laura Davis, again, now helping with that, a extremely effective team. And we are, again, looking to them for help with this new 40B projects. Life is going to get a lot crazier in that world with all the 40B activity going forward. And again, the town is extraordinarily fortunate to have that kind of skilled staff in this critical area for development. So thanks to them.
Is there anything else?
I think that's it.
I'd like to personally thank Vanessa and Mark and Melanie and Katie as far as all the support they give to us and putting up with us and all the constantly revolving characters you have to deal with on the select board and all the different personalities. I mean, here we are at, what is it, 11? And here you sit with a smile on your face, like always.
Here we go. That's a pretty impressive list. I mean, there is a lot going on, and sadly, I get a lot of questions that reinforce that people just generally aren't aware of most of this. So I think Mark's newsletter is very helpful, but maybe including more of these kinds of things, Mark, as we go along in the newsletter would be very helpful. And I wish there were a better way to get this out. Clearly, this was not in the packet for tonight, right? I didn't see it in the packet. This summary?
Yes.
It was?
Oh.
Oh.
Well, there was some late additions that didn't make the packet. But
Only one.
We can amend.
Maybe
it
amend it,
as-
make sure that this
Yeah.
gets in the packet in its official final version, I think would be
Will do.
helpful, certainly. And some of this will come out in the town annual report, I assume. But again, a lot of good things going on, and the staff that drives this process doesn't really get sufficient credit for it, so.
So maybe highlight an employee with your report every time, Mark. Just pick one and tell a story about what they do.
Sure.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
We'll start with Vanessa.
Yep, that's a good one.
All right, is there any public comment? the last
No
quarter of
hands up.
2023.
We've driven most of the
What
public
did you say,
away.
Joe?
Okay.
Okay. All right. I move that we adjourn our meeting.
Second.
Those in favor?
I should let Al second.